There we are giving an introduction to the Nature-Based Solution Academy, and this was developed by Emily. Emily's Environmental Management for Livelihood Development. We received support from the Dutch development partners, and then through WWF, Uganda Country Office, we are the implementers of the initiative that is titled Deepening Civil Society Advocacy on Nature for Climate. So under this project, we were able to come up with this academy. And through this academy, we aim to enhance the capacity of stakeholders to design, implement, and advocate for nature-based solutions that are environmentally friendly. They can address environmental challenges, they can promote climate resilience, and also foster sustainable development. As part of the initiative of the Academy, we developed a course content. So as Emily, we procured a consultant that supported us in the development of the course content, and the intention is to facilitate the trainings of the targeted audience. We are focusing, the focus of the Academy is to design an implementation of nature-based initiatives. Like I noted, some of you might have already implemented them, or you've read about them, or you've heard about them. So we want to focus on the design and how this can be implemented. And then advocacy for NbS integration in decision-making processes. That is where, when we go to the targeted audience, we are looking at the practitioners, where we have policymakers, we have project developers, and then the technical experts responsible for NbS policy and projects. And then the advocates, the community leaders, and the lobbyists. So the target of this training and the academy is to build our capacity, from the policymakers to the people that develop the projects and those that implement the initiatives. So while we are here today, the overall objective is to enhance our capacity to design, implement, and advocate. That is why in the stakeholders, like you had for the introduction, we are having representations from the district local governments. This project also brings on board representatives from the GBM, the Greater Virunga Landscape, where our target is working with the BC, Isoro, Vitoma, and Kasese. But for this particular training, we brought on board two districts, that is Kasese, Rubilizi and Kisoro. And then we also have policymakers. We have representatives at that high level. We've had a representation from the Ministry of Finance, and also the Climate Change Department, because we know they are the ones that integrate this in the national plans. For example, we have the nationally determined contributions that is yet to be revised. So we believe that as we undertake this training, we can now be able to identify which areas we need to design for us to implement nature solutions for climate resilience. So specifically, while we are here, we want to enhance our understanding of the principles and then the applicability of these nature-based solutions. We want to equip practitioners with technical skills to be able to implement them, and then build capacity for change agents. Those are the people that advocate. And then foster collaboration and knowledge sharing. As we shall be taken through the training, there will be a lot of knowledge sharing experiences, sharing examples of the nature-based solutions that you are aware of. And then at the end of the day, we want to have a cadre of well-informed NbS champions built, and enhance capacity to integrate NbS into the respective fields. So from your different departments, from your different fields of work, you can be able to integrate, borrowing from the knowledge that you'll get here, from this training. Thank you so much. Let's set the scene as well to the moment.
Thank you very much, Christine. Christine has hinted on the objectives, also hinted on the target and the expected outcomes of what the meeting. So I feel by the end of the 3 weeks, we would have met our objectives. The 3 days, sorry, I don't know your attention. So Christine mentioned that we developed the course content, we had a consultant. So we have facilitators who I would like them to introduce themselves again before we dive into the content. So facilitators, so that people can know who are going to facilitate.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Christine Betty Lagarde from the Department of Forestry, Biodiversity and Tourism. I had the pleasure of working with Emily to develop this content. Apart from that, I'm also doing some work on microplastic removal from the aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. And then we are also looking at how we can use waste, combining it with plastic and convert it into alternatives which are less harmful or are user friendly. Happy to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. I am Agatha Siofuna from the Department of Forestry, Biodiversity and Tourism. I am glad to have been part of the team that developed the content and to be here to facilitate. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you so much. My name is David Mutege. I'm one of the facilitators, and I'm glad to be here with you. When I was looking around, I was noticing that actually some of the people who are here are not new to my face. I'm a PhD student from Makerere University. At first, I used to think when you are doing a PhD, it is a very simple thing. But I'm coming to notice it's a very complicated thing. There's something else I wanted to mention. One of my supervisors is actually in the room, and she's one of the facilitators. I'll be glad to take you through one of the modules. And yes, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Those will be our facilitators. So right now, I would like to welcome Dr. Christine to take us through module 1.
So the academy has been organized according to modules, and the areas or topics we chose, we thought are the most relevant to Uganda. Because when you look at most of the courses that have been designed elsewhere, you find that they are still also emphasizing what is happening. Because you cannot look at, let's say, coastal ecosystems, yet we know that in Uganda we don't have what? Coast. Because there won't be any relevance. And you also find that here, within this NbS, as we shall see. We are either going to agree or to disagree. The controversies surrounding NbS are still ongoing, even when a lot of projects or a lot of work is being done within the different areas within this area. So hopefully that what we have prepared for you will make sense to you. We are here to learn from each other, because I'm not going to call myself an expert in NbS, because that is not my area of specialization. So in this introduction to NbS, we are interested in some of the concepts, the principles, and some of the examples that are actually ongoing in Uganda. While this has been included as examples in Uganda, what we prepared is that within these different modules, we are applying an example, or we included an example from Uganda, because when we list them all at the beginning, we find that it might not be relevant at that particular time. We also thought that maybe there are some terms which we need to define. And then for the second session, we also want to look at some of the global standards for NbS. Because we find that here with anything, be it food, you find that we need a standard. You might make your food and you're ready to produce it on the market, and then someone is going to tell you it is below standard. So what are some of the bases that you're going to consider when you're looking at that particular standard? So before I continue, maybe I would ask, when you look at nature-based solutions, what comes to mind? If you come across someone, you're chatting, and someone asks, what is a nature-based solution? What would be your thinking? Moderator, can you help me with the microphone? There's a hand just before you moved here.
I'm looking at a practical response for a challenge. It's in terms of nature issues.
Good.
Yeah.
Any other?
Natural remedies on issues.
Natural remedies to issues. I think we are all on the right track. At least we have nature, and then we have a solution. That should give us an idea of where we are. So when we look at these nature-based solutions, we'll find that here that we are going to look at different solutions that have been proposed that are going to, actually that are mostly nature-based. So in module 1, we expect that by the end, we should be able to describe some of the concepts of nature-based solutions, applications and practices, the benefits and challenges of nature-based solutions. We also want to be able to conceptualize the linkage between sustainable development goals, the national development goals, and then nature-based solutions. Because we find that within Uganda, we have very many programs that are running. We don't want to do something that, let's say, we are going to create out of nowhere. If the whole world is talking about sustainable development goals, and we are thinking of nature-based solutions, how are we going to relate the two so that we see that we are looking at the same end result at the end of what we are thinking? And then also be interested in discussing the steps in the evaluation network for design and verification of a nature-based solution. Of course, you're going to have an idea, which is going to be, let's say, from nature. But the question would be, is it a nature-based solution? So once you have your idea, we want to also be able to look at the different steps that we are going to follow when we are designing our NbS and then its verification. Because not all that we see is going to be referred to as a nature-based solution. There are some terms that I thought we should introduce at the beginning. We have green or natural infrastructure. I think in most of our dealings, we are looking at what? Green infrastructure, where we are looking at only engineering. But when we combine this engineering with nature, that is what we are calling a what? A green-blue or a natural infrastructure. It could be completely natural or it could be semi-natural, but we want our environmental features to be designed with a range of ecosystem services in. Then all we want to see, once we have designed our infrastructure, what are the benefits from this infrastructure that are going to, or what will be the benefit from this? If I want to, let's say, control flooding using a nature or a green infrastructure, I want to control flooding, but I know that maybe nature alone is not enough. So I have to combine it with green infrastructure so that my output is going to give me an infrastructure with both environmental benefits, and then it will also be helpful in the long run. We also have what we call ecosystem services, because when we look at the environment around us, we have different ecosystems. What is unique about, let's say, a forest ecosystem or an aquatic ecosystem? What are the benefits? So the benefits that people obtain are what we are referring to as ecosystem services or human benefits from each of these within our within our environment. We also have environmental degradation. I think this one I don't have even to explain what is happening to the environment around us. When it rains in Kampala and you're looking around, what are you always going to say? That maybe there is a decline in the capacity of the environment to meet our social and ecological objectives. If we look at mitigation, we want to reduce or to lessen the impacts of the hazards and related disasters. We shall also look at, let's say, the difference between a hazard and a disaster. Something might be harmful, and then we are going to say that it is only a hazard. When are we going to consider it as a disaster? That is also going to come across. We also want to consider resilience. If someone is saying that that person is resilient, I think you're going to consider what you already have an idea of what that is going to mean. If our society or our communities are exposed to different hazards, are they going to be able to resist, absorb, accommodate, and then even recover from the effects of a hazard from in a timely manner? Like if we take an example, the landslides in Bududa, we know what happens when there is a landslide. Are the communities that are living in Bududa, are they able to recover from that within a limited period of time, or it is going to continue? And then finally, we have a disaster. This one is going to be a disruption of the functioning of a community or society. It is going to become a disaster if its effects are going to be, first of all, harmful, like if we have very many people dying as a result of a hazard, then we are going to refer to it as a disaster. An example would be, I think we've heard of the people who are living in areas which are prone to earthquakes. Some of the communities have been able to build their structures in a way that they can absorb the impacts of an earthquake. While in other areas, this has also been done, but it is not effective. Where you find that in some regions, only 10 people are dying, while in other people, thousands are dying. It's the same risk, but what is the magnitude of the risk at the end of the day? So we want to look at some of the concepts and principles of our NbS in this first session. As we've already seen, we have nature, and then we want to see our solutions. When you look at actually at different literature, you find that the definitions of nature-based solutions are actually very many. Sometimes you find that maybe they're even confusing or they're even contradicting one another. So what you might be your preferred definition of an NbS might differ from another person. That doesn't mean that it is not an NB. Yes, when you look at if you look at you list the different definitions of NbS available, you find that the list is actually endless. So here we used one we got from Cohen, such as 2016, actions that address broader societal challenges by protecting, sustainably managing, and restoring ecosystems benefiting both biodiversity and human well-being. We want to protect, we want to manage, and then restore ecosystems. But once we have done all that, who is it benefiting? Is it the people or only the societies? So you find that these are also going to be concluded in 3 areas where you find that all these actions, we are either going to protect, to restore, or sustainably manage our natural and modified ecosystems. Because when we are looking at the protection of the ecosystems, we are not going to limit ourselves to the natural ecosystems. Because you find that in certain instances, even we can also benefit from the modified ecosystems. So how do we look at each of them in order to consider their areas? And that is why you find that here, most of the concepts of NbS are going to either rotate around 4 actions or interventions, at least for you to say that you have an NbS. What are some of the things that you're going to look out for? One of them, they're going to be inspired and powered by nature. Once nature is missing, then we're not going to consider it as a nature-based solution. Then in most cases, we are going to address societal challenges, or we are going to address challenges. But the challenges of the different societies are also going to be different. So that is why in brackets we are putting there societal challenges. Because if I don't have flooding, that challenge, I'm not going to think about it. But if I'm living, let's say, in an area which is let's say if I'm living next to a national park, maybe I know that sometimes the animals are going to escape and come to the areas where we are staying. So you find that the thinking of both societies are going to be different. So you're going to address the challenge based on your need. And that is why you find that in some cases, we could say that some of the NBSs are going to be specific to a particular region. Because if it is occurring where you are, then it becomes easy for you to come up with, let's say, ideas or ways of managing the problem at that particular time. It should also provide multiple benefits. If you're not benefiting from it, I don't think you would continue working with it, because it becomes, let's say, part of your daily life, and then you're not seeing any need to do about it. And then it should be of high effectiveness and economic efficiency. If it becomes expensive for you to manage, you find that you might abandon it along the way. So as you're thinking of your NbS, that should also come, or that should be also, you should be mindful of that in order to help you with that. And that is why when we come back to these interventions, you find that here, you should be able to address one or more societal challenges. We have looked at some: flooding, drought, water quality. Then we could also be able to use the ecosystem to address that challenge, as we said earlier. We are either protecting, managing, or restoring. And then finally, we should benefit from it, because sometimes people have a Uganda, let's say, jargon which is common. That is what we are saying. So if we're using an NbS and you're not benefiting, then why should we stress our nature to help us? So we should also be able to look at the multiple benefits. And that is why you find that here, even when we have the different variations in ideas or our definitions of NbS, it is important for us to work with nature rather than against it. Because you find that sometimes if you disrupt nature, I think we know all the setbacks that are arising from working against nature. If a river is supposed to flow in a certain direction, and for you you're forcing it to change its course, you find that sometimes that what you have put there to try and to direct its flow, sometimes it might not be successful, because as long as let's say the volumes of the water are increasing, you find that it is still going to find its way. Just like if, say, we decided to construct our house in a wetland, of course you're going to do all the layering, and then you're going to build your house in the middle of the wetland. But what happens after some time? Your house is sinking, and then you're also within that house. So you're not going to blame anyone, because you know where you started from. So those are some of the scenarios that we look at or consider when we are working with this nature. So what are the different evolutions of NbS? Evolution in terms of definitions or in terms of history. Still, you find that here, even when the definitions are the same, we are promoting nature as a means of providing solutions to climate mitigation and adaptation challenges. You find that actually most of the NbS solutions are actually aligned towards climate change. Other areas are only coming in, because you find that in most cases, once we have all our climate in place, then you find that all the other ecosystems are also going to be taken into consideration. That is why you find that here some of these are going to be somehow different. So from the first definition, then IUCN developed another definition in 2016, actions to protect, sustainably use, manage and restore natural or modified ecosystems which address societal challenges effectively and adaptively, providing human well-being and biodiversity benefits. This is, let's say, just a definition of what has been there in existence. Then also the European Commission also has its definition. Living solutions inspired and supported by nature that simultaneously provide environmental, social, and economic benefits and help to build resilience. Actually, when we look at all these three definitions, the idea is the same. It is just the context of where it is applied that is actually different. But you find that at least we have a benefit and then we have a solution. But this solution should be beneficial to both the environment and the people who are going to use this. So you find that here, even when we have definitions, you find that also other researchers are coming up with other definitions where, and it has been noted that this NbS should not be a systematic approach which prevents it from becoming just another green communication tool. If you're interested, let's say, in going green, how is it different from a nature-based solution? Because someone would also ask that you're already using nature, let's say, in the correct way. So you're already going green. So what makes it a what? A nature-based solution. Are you also just trying to propagate the green revolution? So that is where we are going to have our differences within these different areas. So I included some examples of NbS in action. When you look at this list, you find that it is not new. We've all planted trees, but are these trees being used in a way that is beneficial to both the people and the environment? That is what is making it an NbS. Because there's also, let's say, an area, let's say, where people are saying in Bududa, we were told to plant trees, but landslides are happening in the trees. So now what is going to be the end result? So you find that even when you try to promote the tree planting as an NbS, someone is already asking, why is this happening? So it will be important that as we design our NbS, is it really going to provide the solution that we are interested in? We are keeping this. Very many people are keeping this, but the question should be, why am I keeping this? Are the people who are keeping the this, is it in relation to the environment? And then how are the communities going to benefit from them? Because I can also just establish an apiary here. That is not going to make it a what? An NbS. Because for me, I might just be interested in collecting honey from the bees. So once we are able to distinguish between that, then us looking at each of these as an example of NbS is going to make sense. At least I think each one of us here in one way or another has done some of these activities. So what makes it an NbS is what is going to give us the difference between these different areas or within the examples that we are looking at here. So this was shared in a webinar in January from a Chinese, where China, I think you know what is happening in China. China is among one of the most developed countries in some areas. It is heavily industrialized, and then it also suffers from the highest effects of pollution. There are some days where you're told, make sure that you have a mask. In Uganda, we only started to wear masks during COVID, because for us, we know we don't want to spread COVID, but the other people want to protect their life. So that would mean they have endangered the environment, but they are now trying to come back and see how they can work with the environment and then remove some of these effects that are already existing within them. Because you're only going to start thinking of an NbS sometimes when the solution, or when, let's say, when the gray infrastructure is not enough. Because you can tell you that, let's say, people who have industries, treat your waste and then treat the what? The air emissions from your industry. But you find that sometimes some particles are still escaping into the air, which could be even more harmful. But the industry is going to tell you that I put in place all that you asked me to do. The question would be, is it enough? If it is not enough, are you ready to go the extra mile to ensure that you're protecting both the environment and the human beings that are living around us? When we look at each of them, I think in Uganda we have almost all these examples. We have our wetlands, but we know what is happening to the wetlands. So how do we restore our wetlands to the former glory? We want to eat fish, but are we sure that the fish we are eating is free from contamination? Because we are not going to stop, let's say, farming, because we need also the food. But what kind of pesticides are we using? If we have removed all the buffers which can help us in filtering the water, what do you think is going to happen? You expect that when it reaches Lake Victoria, it is going to be purified. And are we 100% sure that when national water treats the water, it is going to remove all the contaminants within this water? The question is up to you when you think about collecting your water. So even talk about the rainwater. We know that we have rainwater, it should be clean. But if you're collecting your water, are you collecting it in an open space, free from contamination? If you're living in an area, and let's say there is an industry around it, we are having fumes reaching the what? Within the air or within the atmosphere. Are these free totally from contamination? So that when I collect my rainwater, I can drink it directly. That is also what? Something for us to ponder on. They've tried to green roofs and then green walls, because you find that they're using, let's say, the solar panels, and then they're also trying to plant. They have, let's what we call urban gardens within their buildings, because they know that these plants are going to remove some of the let's say the pollutants from within their air. If we look at, let's say, City Square in Kampala, we can also convert it into a green space. Is the grass that has been planted, is it enough? Or we should also plant some trees. which are going to help in the what? Let's say capturing some of the carbon and then also removing some of the excess gases within our atmosphere. We are also looking at the water levels, what we are calling the floodplain restoration. Because these floodplains in most cases, they're helping in reducing the flow of water. Your area is prone to flooding, but if you find a way of reducing the flow of water, then the chances of flooding are also going to be limited. So when they plant trees in Kampala, we shouldn't be asking ourselves, why are they planting trees in a city? They are also trying to borrow that ideas. Maybe for them, they are doing it from an angle of going green, because the trees would also be an area which you are going to consider when you're looking at this. So when you look at all these examples, you're not going to say that in Uganda it is possible, but we have the will to copy from some of these ideas to help us to solve some of these challenges that we are looking at. In that example there, we could also ask ourselves, what are some of the common practices that have been adopted by people which are tailored towards nature-based solutions? Of course, the solution is going to depend on the category that you are interested in. One of the categories is climate change mitigation and adaptation. And very sure that in the different backgrounds that we are looking or where we are coming from, I think we have all written a proposal on climate change at any one time. So how we're going to also look at this, we will look at issues of climate change and then reduce their impact, because we can try to tackle this climate change through different methods. We could look at wetlands for flood mitigation in areas where we have mangroves growing there. They've also been planted to reduce the impact of waves, storm surges, and coastal erosion. Because you find that here, if the water meets an area where it is going to flow very smoothly, you find that here, chances of flooding are going to be very high because there's nothing to slow down. But if we can create a barrier that can slow down the speed of the water or even increase infiltration into water, then we can also look at that. We are also looking at biodiversity and ecosystem services. We are aware that forests, I think, have the highest biodiversity around the world, or they are home to different species. They could be insects and then also different animals. How are we going to help this improve on our diversity? So once we allow our forests to regrow, we can ensure this can be done once we are regrowing them naturally. Then of course, if we improve on our forest management, then that is also going to, the benefits of forests are actually very many. We have clean air and water, erosion, and then landslide protection, although in some areas it has not been what? Very effective, but it doesn't hurt to what? To try. Try. If you fail, then you might need to what? Reinforce your tree planting with something that is going to slow down its effect, and then of course climate regulation through carbon sequestration. In, let's say, layman's language, carbon trading. If I have a hectare of forest, how much carbon is it going to generate? And then from that carbon, you can earn money from what? From the credits that you're getting at the end of the day. We also have water security and disaster risk management. You find that the water security in most cases goes hand in hand also with wetland restoration. I think if we can take care of our wetlands, in most cases our water is also going to become safe, because we are sure if we are regulating the water supplies, then sometimes you can also have some forest production. We can protect our communities and infrastructure from floods. Because sometimes after strong rains, some of the houses are moving with the rain. Why? Maybe the infrastructure that we put in place is not enough or is not strong enough. How can we also think, oh, what can we do better? We also have restorative agriculture. Some of the land has been left there. So if our land is bare, we are increasing chances of soil erosion. Soil erosion, of course, is going to go with our fertility. So we should look at practices that are going to increase the soil carbon. We could also do crop rotation, agroforestry, and then livestock management. Once we have managed this well, then we can look at also that category. We also have human health and food security. Once we maintain and restore our ecosystem, that is going to always be a given, because we are improving our food security, and then also the health of the people who are benefiting from this are also benefiting. And then, of course, urban planning and sustainable development. We don't want to be people who plan after we have experienced a disaster. Let's put it in our designs at the beginning. Let's say you predict that if I don't do this well, this is going to happen. So once you have that idea, then our urban planning is going to become much better. What we are seeing in Kampala now was not there before. The question will be, what has changed? I think for those who stay in Kampala, you have an answer to that question. Maybe your parents saw a better Kampala, and then for you, what you're seeing as better Kampala has many problems, which we need to also solve. So those are some of the different categories of where our NbS actions can actually lie. And once we have put our NbS solution well, you find that here, these are some of the benefits that we're going to obtain. Both the environment, we can say both the environment and the human beings. I'm sure it might not be very clear, but at least we have looked at some of them. We can have some of the benefits. We have, let's say, clean air, better health, very many, our biodiversity. Of course, we have access to food. If we adapt to our climate, there are very many economic opportunities. So these are also going to help us. Sometimes also within this forest, we can be able to conserve some rare species, which would be beneficial or could even be beneficial to the environment if we take care of them. So what are some of the applications of nature-based solutions? Or where are we going to find nature-based solutions being applied? If we have the urban green spaces, we have the parks, the green roofs, and then the urban forests. Improved air quality, reduced heat highlands, and then enhanced well-being. Because you find that here, if you were to walk in Kampala on a hot day, I think you're going to always, you want a fan to what? To help you. But if we have, let's say, planted a line of trees within the city, they're going to help us cool down the what? The environment. Maybe if we also have some parks, we could go and exercise. If you're walking and maybe you feel like resting, you can visit a what? A park. And that is what we look at as an urban green space. We have agroforestry. We have a combination of trees and crops. We are improving we promote biodiversity, of course, soil health. So it would mean that in case of an extreme weather event, we could be able to handle it. Wetland restoration, I think this we don't have to explain. Then we have reforestation and afforestation. We shouldn't only stop at cutting down the trees. That I've planted my trees. So what should stop me from cutting them? They are mine. That is why you find that here, we should always look at what are the consequences and then also at the benefits at the end of the way. Then also have green infrastructure, where we have pavements which are permeable, not ones that so the water is just going over the what? The surface. So if the surface or our pavement is impermeable, it would mean that the water is going to accumulate on the pavement, and then after it has accumulated, it is either going to go with something. So if you can make them permeable, then it will also help. Then we also have sustainable stormwater management. I think that is one of the challenges that we are facing in Kampala. There is a lot of runoff, but we haven't taken into consideration where all this stormwater is going to be drained. If we block the areas where it is supposed to, let's say, to connect or even be used for other areas, then it would also be everywhere. So those are some of the applications of our nature-based solutions, but there are also some principles for nature-based solutions that these have been coined by the WWF, the Worldwide Fund, if we are using them for climate change ecosystem, because you find that here, within the climate change, there is a direct benefit to our ecosystem. You're going to ask the principle, result in increased climate ambition and ecosystem functionality. If your NbS is not going to look at increased adaptation or mitigation, then there's always going to be a question, is this really going to be helpful? Because we should also look at, let's say, the cause and cons when you're deciding any of this. Then it should also be informed by science. Use what is the best available, and then use the biological and social services to help you estimate the targets. It should be synergistic. Don't come up with your idea that is going to be which is going to be an isolation. If we are reducing or avoiding, then we should also be reducing the human vulnerability, but at the same time, we should be able to conserve the nature and the trade-offs as some of the benefits, so that we don't have any impact on our biodiversity. If you are, let's say, we are looking at species restoration, what species, have we identified the species, and how is this going to be done in the best way possible? in order to consider what is going to actually happen as this goes on. And then, of course, should be co-designed and complemented with indigenous peoples and local stakeholders. Don't think of your idea from Kampala and you want to impose it on the people. Have everyone on board before you begin. You should consult them. If you want to help our community, don't think about it from Kampala because your view as someone not living in their community, you might not be able to see the actual problem when you're this side. But once you have got their ideas and then their views, the people are going to own it. And then it is going to be even run very smoothly because they've been part of it from the start. The should be measurable and traceable. You have come up with your idea, but no one can even see where you started from. They cannot even assess its impact. So it is important that your outcomes should be quantified and then attributed to different interventions. So that would mean, as we're doing this, we should continue with monitoring, evaluating, and reporting. You might have implemented, and then you find that when you go back to evaluate, you find that it is not giving you your desired outcome. So you're going to ask yourself very early, where did I go wrong? And then you're going to go back to the drawing board. So that point when you're going back to the drawing board, you find that this is going to even make it much easier, and then you can benefit from it. What are the different benefits of nature-based solutions? I think these we already looked at when we looked at some of the core benefits for the environment and the human beings. So this one I think we can skip it. And then the question is, when you look at the different benefits of this NbS, what are the limitations to their adoption, and maybe they are not sustainable? Where are we going wrong? The will is there, but you find that sometimes we are not getting what we are expecting. So one of the limitations is policy integration. This has not been integrated in some of the policies. Because also if you look at the private sectors, these private sectors also have their own objectives, or they have their mandate. So we have to come back together and then we see how we can marry the two if we are to get the right benefit. And then you also find that here most of the NbS have focused on addressing issues of climate change. And maybe they are considering that the other areas are not important. So 2 and 3 are almost the same. We are focusing on the climate. So why don't we also consider the other ecosystems so that we work hand in hand, funding and investment? When you tell someone that you're going to plant trees as an NbS, someone is going to ask what is new. So you might not be able to get the required funding to deploy your idea as you would have wanted it to be. Then you also need capacity building. We need to ensure that there is a lot of institutional and community capacity building. That way, we can be able to design, implement, and manage NbS. If we design an NbS which cannot manage or implement, you find that it is going to die out. And then also monitoring and evaluation. This should be consistent. We could say that maybe we know that Western wetland restoration is a good idea. But if we don't do it the right way, we are also still not going to obtain the desired results. So we have to monitor it consistently or continuously. Don't say we want to restore a wetland. You went there in January and then you're going back in December to see what it looks like. You might find there a pile of bricks, and then for you, you're sure that you're helping in the wetland restoration. So once our monitoring systems and evaluation are not robust, you find that here, this is also not going to be helpful. But from these limitations, we could also look at some different ways in which we can address some of these challenges. One of them is the geography and climate. If you're living in a tropical climate, you can't design your NbS as if you're living in a temperate climate, because it is not going to help you. So that is why we are saying the geography and the climate are going to be helpful. Is it an urban or a rural setting? Because you find that in most of our rural settings, at least the trees, people do not just cut down the trees. Some people even manage attached to their trees that they don't want to cut them down because they know their advantages. But in Kampala, someone wants to get rent very fast. So the tree will be occupying the space that what they need. So they have to eliminate that. Then also have to look at the community and culture. Once the community want to implement your NbS, does not embrace what you're interested, what you want to put to them, it might not be helpful. If your idea is also contrary to their culture, then that one is also not going to be accepted. So you have to ensure that both the community and culture are in alignment, such that the communities where you're working, or the people, as you design your NbS, once you looked at the community and the culture of the people, then you're sure that the benefits to the people are going to be long-lasting, because you have addressed all their concerns. And then the scales. Is it a school initiative or is it a government-led initiative? We could interest our schools in starting what? Green spaces within the schools, because we know that what? The benefits. And then we would expect that for the government, they should look at what? The urban green spaces, because we have a wider range to look at. The scale of the government and the school are going to be different, but at least they will give us our desired impact from our different perspectives. So that is what I had to share from from session 1. In case you have any question, I think it is better we ask now before we look at the second session. I don't know if you're buying the idea, or we could have a tea break first, because I think some people were here as early as 8, and I think it is coming to 11:20.
Thank you.
So is the tea break welcome?
Yes.
And then we'll ask the questions,
Yes, sure.
and then we continue. After that tea.
You can have tea at the back, please, ready.
Amazzi gaagati tetunywera mu bottle plastic tukimanyi NbS
As long as you participate, they give you. And today, we are looking by the
kandi nabo ayo nayo ni amakuru iyo usabye ikintu tukakubwira ngo no ayo nayo ni amakuru bidusubize mwebwe mushaka ngo bagura no mwebwe abagabo hari abagabo yes so mwese mwagize igice uri umukobwa kubige no kubabara ariko baje barakubwira yes kumva kumeze wowe ndakugura indege ariko nabo sujaka bakubika why yes body ufite ubwenge uribaza so nanone ayo ni tuze turageze kubera hari icyo bakubwira kandi barazakubwira ibintu bakubwira so ikindi ni benefits ya Donde negative planea de algo. So sapa ibintu cyangwa mu kwezi kugera mu ifite beze cyane ni ukwitegura iyo ushaka gukora cyangwa mu mwanya cyangwa se mu bintu uzangaga twitegura washaka amakuru yo iyo shamba wasoma za report bareba challenge z'ibintu byo gusaza umuhari challenge ndabona na benefit ngaho ariko iyo usanga abantu bari gukora nabi ariko vaccine imwe ahora kayibona kaza mu rwego rwo sapa kubera abanyagihugu where is always work
Two, or you can use as your checklist to see if you're doing the right thing. So these global standards, they are just needed to, as we've already said, we are looking at solutions which are addressing different challenges. So even when we look at these standards, we want to see, even when you are benefiting both the human well-being and biodiversity, these standards are helping us to harness the full potential of the NbS that you have designed. Of course, we want to have a standard on language and understanding, because we don't want to say that maybe for climate change we are using one, and then someone else is saying, for me, I'm using 4. So if someone has 1 and another has 4, yet you're meaning the same thing, you find that you might not get you might not be in agreement at any one time. So we need that common language and understanding. Of course, you're using it to engage the stakeholders. You want to talk to someone from an informed perspective. So if you have a standard as a guideline, then it is also going to be helpful. Of course, we want to also protect nature from over-exploitation. Even when we are saying that what we are doing is benefiting the environment, is it at the cost of the environment? Let's do it to the extent where we are both, let's let it become a mutually beneficial relationship. We want to increase demand and supply of interventions. Sometimes you might think your intervention is the best, but even however well you talk about it, you find that no one is buying your idea, and you might think of abandoning it. So if at least you have some things that you're going to use as a reference, then it is going to also be helpful. And then of course, we want to look at encourage a positive sustainable change. These days, the language is sustainability. is it sustainable? After being sustainable, is it scalable? Because you might do something very big and then you find that within 2 days, you have already collapsed. We also want to ensure that we have something that is consistent. Of course, it should be accepted internationally. If someone comes, let's say from the US to Uganda, and you're saying that you're using, this is an NbS, someone from the US should be able to look at, let's say, the standards that we have set up, and then they can say, yes, this is right. And not saying this is the standard, and then you have to over-explain yourself. Then someone is going to think this one is telling lies. Because someone knows what they're saying is wrong, but they have to ensure that you accept the what? The wrong thing, but the standard that is also taken care of. So as we saw from the definitions, we are using either the IUCN and then the European Commissions. So these are the ones who have worked in different committees to ensure that we come up with the different standards. So different standards would be helpful for different sectors. As I said earlier, we have a temperate climate and then a tropical climate. What could be used as an international standard in that side is not going to be applicable to a tropical climate. But once you can tease out the similarities between them and then develop one for your climate, then it is also going to be very helpful. So depending on the geographical location, if you can also have the technical standards to take care of that, then it is going to be helpful. So we also came across the IUCN global standard for nature-based solutions that is being used in the designing and implementation of NbS, which is from this, you're using it to measure whether nature is delivering a valuable ecosystem service to the people that you are working with. I think I saw this somewhere on what we were shared with, unless I'm remembering wrongly, because we already said that first of all, we are addressing societal challenges. Each community has different challenges. So as a society, you're going to identify the challenge that you're going to consider. So from there, you're going to design it at scale. At scale would mean that it could be, let's say, a global, it could be from the geographical scale. I'm in Bududa, you're in Kampala. The other one has landslides, where you have floods. So what someone in Bududa is going to design is going to be different from someone who's dealing with floods that they're going to deal with. So from there, well, then you look at the benefits, of course. Is there a gain to our biodiversity? Is it economically feasible? You don't want to put in 1,000 and then you get negative 1,000. So your project or your solution should be feasible. And then it should be inclusive governance. You're not going to be the brain of everything. If someone suggests something, you tell them, no, this is what I want. No, even when they have a better idea, this is what I want. So you find that here, you're already dictating to the people. Yet we have said earlier, we need to embrace the culture and the communities, the culture of the communities that we are dealing with. What you might think is helpful is not helpful to them at all. So how you govern this should also be very helpful. And then you should also be able to balance the trade-offs. If you're saying we are supporting the community, we want to get the benefits are you all interested in the economic value of your NbS? You should be able to reach a compromise between the two. Is my NbS working? If it is working, is the community benefiting? And then is also the environment benefiting? That way, you can reach a compromise. And then, of course, adaptive management. If we want to mimic it somewhere else with similar conditions, do you think it will be able to work? And then final mainstreaming and sustainability. Sometimes are we being gender specific, or we are going to say that this one is mainly for males, but is there a community which has only males? Before you enforce what you're looking at. So even we've also seen that we have different categories that the NbS is going to help us. So when we look at all these different possibilities, what is going to be beneficial to all. So once you have looked at those different standards, then it is going to help you wherever you're going to do. So this standard, of course, is going to have the benchmarks that you're going to use, and then you measure that progress. Sometimes before you start a project, you might hear of someone who did similar work. So you benchmark. Your benchmarking is helping you to see what they did right and what they did wrong, and then what you can do better. You're not going to go there and tell them, this is rubbish. No, look at what they're doing, so that when you come to your side, it is going to become very easy. And then, of course, you cannot design a standard from air. So those who are dealing with NbS are the ones who are actually going to be very helpful, because you can come up with different ideas. So all ideas should be given consideration. Don't look at only the big ones. Like someone is selling soda. This soda is of 50,000. And then you all want to run and buy soda of 50,000 because you're going to make quick money. But you find that someone may be selling water at 500. Don't make these people lose what? Hope. Support both of them so that we also will harness everything that is available to us. And then, of course, it should be in a policy-friendly environment. If it is not going to, it's not going to be guided by policy, then it is going to become very hard, because then it would mean that in whatever you're doing, you're not going to, you won't see any need for people to, let's say, to compete effectively with one another. Because as we've already said, not all challenges are going to be similar, but there might be a scenario where I want to try all these different challenges and come up with a solution for them. So that would be helpful in you looking at each of these to help within the different areas that you are looking at. And then, of course, we are looking at some of the agreed and institutionalized standards and safeguards which are used for ensuring the integrity of NbS. We have the ICN global standard, which is accepted. And then we are using guidance from Red Plus, which is also under the UN FCCC. So there should also be safeguards within these different systems that we are working with. If yours is tailored to climate change, what are some of the standards on climate change that are already in place? And then how are you going to use them to guide what you're interested in? These ones are just the acronyms in full. And then the quality and effectiveness criteria for different types of NbS. These ones we are going to come back to them when we're looking at the evaluation framework of NbS, which is going to be shared in the next session. Thank you for your kind attention.
I think now we can open up the session to questions. In case you have any questions, just raise up your hand.
Thank you, Dr. Estens, for the presentation. I want to start from the, I think, almost the conclusion on standards. Basically, to see that we also localize the practices that we can be feasible for the Uganda, for our local communities. So what we are basically looking for is the general approach on how communities actually get involved. And I think here we supposed to look at youth and women who are the core. We have to be as inclusive as we were saying. So are there those specific standards that we can actually look at that can really be localized with best practices? Maybe you can cite best practices that can relate with, so that we take that as one of the key points if you're trying to educate or to give capacity skills to improve. So this kind of technology or solution has actually been pre-tested here. It gives you all the different characteristics of NbS. Then the other was basically, I think it's closely related to that, because in the general sense of defining what NbS is, sometimes I think you emphasized in the beginning that there's infrastructural approaches, and those sit a lot more in urban development issues. I focus on issues with road networks, housing issues. So amongst those, I may also some that you can actually cite that we can also try to connect with. Because I know that in the housing sector, we're looking for local solutions. Local solutions, sometimes they are not actually low cost. They are very for high-end people, even the middle income earners cannot afford them. So what are some of those that we can actually be able to point to and probably replicate or upscale? Thank you.
Any other question?
Thank you, Dr. for quite detailed presentation you have made. I have two questions, maybe three. First, you did mention that the nature-based solutions are taken up by the climate change debate. Nature-based solutions are geared towards climate change now, swaying away from what a nature-based solution we used to know. But today it is hyped up and taken up by the discussion of climate change issues. When you talk about nature-based solutions today, the solution that people tend to think about climate change only and forget the rest of the nature-based solutions that we should be looking at. I'm wondering what we can do to reverse that thinking. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the presentation about NbS, and this is actually my first learning in as far as NbS is concerned. As a climate change activist, I'm asking myself how NbS can be scaled up in urban places like in Kampala. Because we all know that biodiversity and space in Kampala are always limited. How can we scale up these initiatives or efforts? Thank you so much.
Yes, I didn't want to ask the question earlier, but since we relate in some way, I also do some work with the Macquarie University at the Regional Center for Urban Research, Innovation and Governance Center. And so we are very specific on trying to see that Macquarie University becomes not just basically knowledge center, but a skilled, something that demonstrates the skill, so that we can help our students who go through the university to have some things that they can actually relate with in terms of applicability. And the first one I think we started with was Fundi and Manson's training. It's usually the training within the first quarter of the year. So just basically to try to see that we transfer some knowledge skills from the people who are within the built environment, people who are doing construction, houses, and all that, who know the materials, to students who are going out there in terms of planning, in terms of the architecture work, because we mentioned designing. So my question is that how do we design programs this year from the forest, biodiversity, and the tourism sector to see that we speak to the new programs with some practical knowledge experiences? I think it's an opportunity beyond just this particular space. So that at some point we also can speak to some particular facts in driving this agenda forward. Thank you.
All protocols, good afternoon. Right, glad to be here. As a person who represents always the young people and youth. My question was to, when you're talking about NbS, we are blessed that we are the Pearl of Africa, and we have this resource to support all these initiatives. So one thing that someone could ask himself, there are two. We spoke about sustainability, yes. And how can we promote this sustainability? Like from a place where I am from, we find that people have things like one of the products which really is one which is very fundamental in NbS is the bamboo concept. We have you find that from my village, people have the bamboo, but they don't know that this bamboo can create a lot of change and even improve their livelihood. But you find that because of ignorance, they use all this bamboo for one thing which they know, which is after constructing that beautiful grass thatch house, and sometimes you find that the ones who might say that sometimes they are foolish, in dry season, they burn even these bamboos. they burn it down. Why? Because you don't blame them because of ignorance. That makes them, they don't have this. So now, how can we help these people in such community to really safeguard these products which already we have within the community, and also encourage them to get something or a livelihood from this bamboo? First of all, we know that if we are to promote this NbS, you find that we will contribute more than even 10% the GDP of the country, if we are to teach people to embrace it. And secondly, now it goes now to, I saw investment when you were doing the presentation, Doctor, about the investment. One thing that always I tell people that we have the resources within us, but the problem is how can we tap? How can we tap into these resources? Like for instance, last time we had a discussion with one of the big people, the directors in back of Uganda. He said that the government has these consolidated funds, which sometimes we hear that they are freeze, they are stayed for more than 10 years. And what is this money doing there in the bank for more than 10 years? Without, can the CSOs or the NGOs through our consortium, we speak maybe one voice and we convince the government and we say, you know what, we have already this initiative. Why can't this money that people are keeping here for 10 years, which is doing nothing, at least we get it, you support with us, we do with that. Because out of this initiative that we are promoting, we are training with the community, we know that we are contributing to the economy. At the end of the day, if people start exporting the bamboo products which are made of, like making, I've seen the power bank cases that the young people right now are coming up with. The young people are making amazing things using these NbS products. So how can we convince the government to tap into these resources? Because let me tell you that all this we are speaking of, we need finance, we need money. That's why my brother Richard was saying, we gotta say it at the end of the day. So we need really to support and also to motivate with the young people. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much for the questions. I will start with the first one about the standards, where we are saying we are looking at the international standard. How would we develop a local standard? So as we said earlier, we are using the international standards as a guideline, such that when you're evaluating your NbS, it is conforming to the internationally accepted standards. You in Uganda, you're not going to invent a new one as long as the areas we are looking at are similar to the other people, because you find that here, the guidelines are going to be the same.
What I'm saying, we have mangoes that already determined,
yes,
established, and we have one of these two. Something can easily relate to someone asking me a question. Domestication, yeah, let's say domestication.
Yeah, that is why we said, like we say, when we look at most of these standards, they're actually looking at climate change. So when you look at them, we have the RED Plus and then the UNFCCC. These are giving us the standards. But when we come to Uganda, our question would be, what are we interested in? Because you find that all this is already in existence elsewhere. So what we can do, or what I can say, we are going to look at the success stories of other communities and see if what they've done can be applied to what? To Uganda. Because a standard is not going to change unless we have done some of the work and then we see the what? The results from it. I think from all the examples of NbS that I've seen in Uganda, I don't think anyone has done something new. They are all borrowing from what we have that has been done elsewhere. I saw an example of the beekeeping in areas which are next to the protected areas. Because when the communities come together, they know that the wild animals fear bees. So if they can create a barrier using these apiaries, then they are sure that the animals are not going to cross. So it will, even when we could say we are trying to domesticate, we are still not going to deviate much from what is already in existence. But we can only tailor what we are doing to fit what they have already put in existence. Then
my experience with standards, some of them are merely specifications.
True.
Specifications are not standard, but standards are actually specifications.
True.
So I think we have to know where we're.
Yeah, and the good thing is that you're part of this NbS Academy. So you're going to become part of what? Our pioneers, as we try to domesticate these different standards to use elsewhere or to use within our setting. Want to add on?
Thank you. Now, many of the approaches that we adopt as a country, like you say, is we copy and we test. Now, our setting, in our setting as Uganda, now the nature-based approach is very good, but it may, I'm not contradicting what you're teaching. I'm just saying that is it possible for us to adapt it, but we not only focus it on an ecosystem-based, but side by side with the community-based. Because our communities survive on this ecosystem. So for you to go and sell this to them, they will tell you, so what are you giving me next year? They have to survive. And even when you give them the alternative livelihoods, because they know that this is what they survive on, they know that this is their livelihood, it becomes difficult to sell them. So is it possible for us to be able to take on nature-based solutions, which is an eco-based approach, but have it alongside the community-based, so that the community protects the ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was mentioned. That is why we say, as we design our NbS, we have to look at the communities, and then their culture. So if the communities are part of the engagement at the start of the solution, and then we explain to them how it is going to be done or how they're going to benefit from them, as long as they are seen as valuable people from the start of our engagement, I think it is not going to be very hard. Because what is happening is that Parliament sits and then they're dictating what is supposed to be done. And that is why you find that sometimes the Parliament, they have good ideas which never take off because they haven't started from the grassroots. But once we have looked, we have engaged the local stakeholders, all the communities, then it is going to be very easy for us, because you find that within our ecosystems, we have different people. So even then, whether it is ecosystem-based or community-based, you find that you cannot actually separate the two, because we need the people at any one time before we start any NbS. Yeah, and then about the infrastructure, you asked if we can borrow from what other people have done and relate it to the local sector. Because you find that, as you said correctly, it is expensive. We begin slowly, because you find that here, everything, people are always going to resist any change. But if we can convince our governments, or even the communities where we are living, then it is going to become very easy. Like if we look, let's say, at an example of the green parks. I think that one is the easiest to sell, because I think we all know the benefits of a park. So you can use it as a space while at the same time selling it as an NbS solution. That is why we say that for some of these NbS, they're going to be aligned with what we have the gray infrastructure that is purely engineering, which is engineered, which will reinforce with something from nature to give us what we are interested in. So as you design the structures, this should be at the start of your design of the project. You have to set it up at the beginning, but I can also still share with you some of the success stories of green infrastructure that have been successfully adopted in other countries, which could also be helpful to us. You also talked about skilling students in terms of applicability so that they're able to transfer knowledge. You find that usually the stakeholders are usually part of the curriculum development. So usually, at least for my career, every 4 years, we are developing a new curriculum, meaning that we want to incorporate new ideas into our curriculum so that we move with the times. So this is a very good initiative which can be done. And then usually for the skilling of students, the internship or the placement with the different organizations, that is when we expect that the students are going to do the hands-on, so that when they later go back to the field, it is going to be adopted. The other way this could also be done is by setting up a center of excellence for nature-based solutions, because then at least there you're sure that whatever idea you're selling, you have an area where you're coming from, because the center of excellence is going to be in partnership with other countries which are already practicing this that is already taking place. This initiative has started. School of Public Health have submitted a proposal of establishment of one. So hopefully when it goes through, I think you'll be the first person that we are going to put on board to help within this particular area. Because you find that in most cases, we look at sometimes we look at these things and then ignore them. But if we have the stakeholders, actively engaged within the different projects or the different areas where there are changes within our communities, then it becomes very easy for us to adopt what has been suggested by the people. Then there's another question on climate change, where we're saying that when we look at most of the NbS solutions, most of them are tailored towards climate change. I think it is correct for me to say that if we have a good climate, then everything else is going to do what? To also benefit from the climate. And that is why all the thinking is that once we have set our targets to reduce our temperatures to 2 degrees, then we are sure that whatever biodiversity or whatever communities or whatever, I don't know what to call the word, is going to do what? Is going to automatically fit into the system. Whether it is climate-based or not, it is not going to actually matter, because the climate affects the biodiversity, or it is also part of the wider ecosystem. And us being the different NbS engagements, we are just breaking down different sectors to fit into what we are actually interested in as we prepare the engagements. The person who asked about bamboo has gone out. I think I have an excuse not to answer that one.
I even answered.
Could I answer?
Yes.
Yeah, because he came late when we had talked about this. You remember the examples of NbS that I gave? One of them was tree planting. You planting trees is not going to make it an what? NbS. How do you design it is what is making it a what? An NbS. They're planting bamboo. In which area is the bamboo being planted? Is it of any benefit to the people? Are they trying to control erosion? Are they just planting bamboo for thatching their houses? So if that is their mindset, nothing is going to what? To change. But once we come with these communities and encourage them to plant bamboo with a societal challenge in mind, then you find that their thinking is going to what? To change. Thank you very much. Hope I've answered all the questions.
So much. I hope now, with that introduction, we know what NbS is. If you just go and plant your trees, it is not NbS. You must be addressing a societal problem. If the problem is flooding, and you want to plant a bamboo along the river to stop the flooding, then that is nature-based. But anything other than that, if there is no problem, then Susan talked about the community-based kind of approach. Of course, like Dr. said, the participation is very important, that the communities come and identify what is the problem in the society and what nature solution do they need. Is it planting trees? Is it beekeeping? Anything that is nature that can help them to solve that problem. That can also resonate with the community-based kind of approach. So with that, we are going to proceed with our program for the day. And our next agenda is a presentation on linking NbS to Sustainable Development Goals and National Development Goals. I would like to invite the facilitator, Dr. Agatha.
Take us through
Yeah. It's nice. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take you through the session. Thank you. The Sustainable Development Goals and the National Development Goals for Uganda. So you find that nature-based solutions are relevant for many and important attainment of so many of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those that address climate and services, even the human well-being for us all. So, how do we interpret, these nature-based solutions into the Sustainable Development Goals and the National Development Goals of great value? Because it's going to help in the international requirements. You find that nature provides vital resources for
us all, for example, the air, the water, the energy, but again, the same nature. It's the one that creates so much of the challenges that are set out in the sustainable development goals. So solutions from nature-based solutions, the nature-based solutions can help us attain, or in short, they can help us solve some of the problems that are targeted in the sustainable development goals. And all these are for the positive of the social, economic, environmental outcomes, and the governance in general. Here we have an illustration of how sustainable development and national how nature-based solutions can link to the sustainable development goals. You find that our main issue for mainly to solve societal challenges that again are going to help with the human well-being and biodiversity conservation or environmental or improving the environment. And from here, the nature-based solutions will help in reducing the flood and erosion control. For example, the mulching. Then they also help in cooling our environment and shading. They also support agricultural values, social capital. For example, for people who are doing some agricultural practices that can help them improve their social life. Then food and water security, watershed management, and maybe agroforestry practices. Managing some of these. There are some of the nature-based solutions that help in improving the life of the food security of the people. So when you sum up most of these nature-based solutions, you find that they all lead to human well-being and biodiversity, which again help in the attainment of the sustainable development goals. Now here we have Dr. Christine talks about so many of the benefits of nature-based solutions. So here I try to align them to the sustainable development goal that can be achieved through it. For example, when you look at the biodiversity conservation, this helps safeguard and enhance biodiversity, and it is crucial for the whole overall the ecosystem, including us humans. So which sustainable development goals can be attained by this diversity conservation? Because you are, for example, agroforestry, you are trying to extend the biodiversity from only the trees, but also from the crops and then the soil organisms. So you find that there will be some there is good health and well-being that can be attained. The good weather that can be found from this agroforestry, from the overall biodiversity conservation, like the national parks, then the climate action, then life on land is improved for all organisms through biodiversity conservation. Then also SDG 12 can be attained for responsible consumption and production, since you're producing some of your foods through combining with other initiatives like growing trees. Then there is also SDG 7, clean energy, and also be attained through that NbS intervention. Then for climate change mitigation, biodiversity conservation, in touch with a lot of carbon sequestration and enhancing ecosystem resilience. They also play a big role in mitigating climate change impacts. So they help us in attaining some SDGs, like climate action, good health and well-being for the people, and then improve on life on land, community well-being. So many interventions of NbS can help in improving the communities of the people who are dealing with them. For example, those who are doing who use urban agriculture, they are improving the good health and well-being of the people in the area. Then it's also helping in responsible consumption, especially if these green spaces they have developed include food crops or cash crops. Then for water management, restoration of these wetlands and sustainable land management that are will help improve on the water quality and reduce the risks of flood. Uganda here we are having a problem of wetland restoration, watershed management. So I don't know how it will help us. Maybe other interventions and answers that can be of used to improve our good health and well-being, because this water management and watershed management and these wetland restorations, they all help in improving the quality of air that we breathe. Then it also helps us attain clean water and sanitation, improve water quality through a lot of saving by nature. Then economic sustainability. There cost-effective solutions that are attained through nature-based solutions. This help in offering long-term benefits with much of minimal environmental impacts. The biggest example is the green infrastructure. So these ones can help us reduce on poverty, get clean water and sanitation, climate action, and again, responsible consumption. He asked about how infrastructure can help in nature-based solutions, but I've remembered an example of Makere itself. If you go to CTF 1, there are those small gardens that have been put in the middle. When you are just there, there is a breeze, a cool breeze of air that you breathe compared to these other buildings that have nothing like any green space. Then for habitat restoration, it might not be costly because we are not so much on a cost, but protecting most of the ecosystems can help protect communities and infrastructure from a lot of erosion and storm surges. These ones also help in attaining those SDGs. So basically, nature-based solutions, in one way or the other, eventually lead to attainment of so many of the sustainable development goals that are global. Then regenerative agriculture, sustainable land management, and regenerative agriculture that helps to promote sustainable production of food, at the same time maintaining a lot of maintaining soils by reducing a lot of emissions from these agricultural interventions and products. They've also helped in attaining different goals. The agriculture itself can help in responsible consumption and production while reducing poverty, improving the health and well-being of people, and zero hunger in the communities to the people. So that was a general overview. Main objectives for the national development plans for Uganda, national development plans for Uganda, and they are the first one. It helps to enhance value addition in key growth opportunities. So we have we want to improve agriculture, manufacturing, mineral oils, tourism, CIT, and productivity. Increase of productivity and value addition. Then there is also support for private sector by promoting small and medium enterprises and job creation and entrepreneurship for the people. Then increase of the stock and quality of productive infrastructure. Then also improve on the social well-being of the population. Yeah, you can invest in health, education, social protection, improve the quality of life. And then you help to strengthen the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. This one can be in planning, coordination, and implementation of so many of the development goals. So when we know the national development plans for Uganda, how can they help us, how do the nature-based solutions help us attain some of these national development goals? Nature-based solutions, we find that they also help integrate private sector to create jobs. This one can be promoting businesses, not only businesses, but green businesses. And these green businesses are eco-friendly. So these eco-entrepreneurships and through investments, for example, in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, eco-tourism, they help us in attaining the national development goals, at the same time focusing on the environment and the societal problems. Then in productive infrastructure, still when we integrate the green infrastructure, like the urban parks, when you think of urban parks and restorations in the city, realize we made them from started the initiative. So this one can enhance urban resilience and can provide ecosystem services that can help in flood regulation and regulation of the temperatures in the city that are full of so many buildings. Then also you can restore and conserve natural infrastructure, for example, the forests, the watersheds. These ones also help to sustain water supply and energy production in different dimensions where they can be applied. So, to attain the national development goal for Uganda, there is also focus on productivity and well-being of the people. This can be improved, can be attained through improved health outcomes, through cleaner air and water, resulting from well-managed ecosystems that can be around both the town and the countryside. Then enhanced food security and nutrition. This one, some sustainable agricultural practices can be attained. Some of them can be within the urban areas, urban agriculture, or gardening. So, and for them to be attained, there also has to be the role of state. We need to develop policies that support nature-based solutions and are going to promote the National Development Plan for the country. For example, the land use planning, environmental protection regulations. I don't know if NEMA is still protecting all out of its hands. Then also there is need for incentives for these sustainable practices. If someone is trying to manage some of these initiatives that promote NbS, I think they need to give them some incentives. Then also to build institutional capacities for design, implementation, and monitoring of some of these processes. These ones can start from grassroots. Now that we have the curriculum from schools involves a lot of action. This can start from the grassroots. Like you let the students that know in primary and secondary that they need to promote, they need to use nature-based solutions to solve so many of the society problems. So what benefits are there in integrating nature-based solutions in the national development goals or the national development plan? There is sustainable land management promoted because you end up implementing soil and water conservation techniques, which increase on the agricultural productivity and resilience for the areas where you are promoting the land management. Then because they also aid in conserving biodiversity, they help by management of protected areas and support community-based natural resource management initiatives. Here you can think about the ecotourism and wildlife conservation. Ecotourism is it also helps in maintaining a lot of biodiversity, the animals that people can go and tour. But again, these people are having very good environment that is working a lot of clean air. Then also, we can benefit from enhancing climate change adaptation and mitigation through developing so many of the national and local adaptation plans. I know there are so many plans that have been put aside, some of them are in parliament, some of them how we can have this climate change. But if it comes back to nature-based, from the grassroots, and we started from trying to see how these nature-based solutions can enhance climate change adaptation, might have been a bit easier when it comes from the grassroots. Then also improving water resource management through restoring and protecting wetlands. This can be maintaining watersheds and then maintaining watersheds that help receiving a lot of the water that has been the wastewater. And then it can go hand in hand with a lot of wastewater treatment so that it goes back to circulation. So these are some of the benefits of integrating these nature-based solutions into the national development goals or the national development plan. All these, they are inclusive. So can we go to the next stage? So now we need to look at the evaluation of nature-based solutions. Dr. Christine talked about it slightly, but now we need to go into some detail of how it happens and how, and the indicators that are showing us that it's going to take place. So there are many stakeholders that are involved with nature-based solution projects, the national governments themselves, the local authorities, the donors, and the financial institutions that want to get involved. So for any of our nature-based solution project to yield some outcome, the design and evaluation and verification needs to follow some framework. And this framework was presented by the National Union for Conservation of Nature by some criteria and corresponding indicators to show that it's being attained or not. So the first criteria is the NbS has to effectively address the societal challenge. Here, the NbS solution is designed in such a way that it's going to respond to a certain challenge, which is usually formulated from participation of so many stakeholders in decision making. For example, the community members, where the problem is, and what the indicators that can help us show that it's being attained. We find most of the pressing societal challenges have to be prioritized. You are not going to talk about an individual challenge of how your home is flooding when there is much more flooding in the whole community. Then also these challenges need to be clearly understood and documented by the communities or by the community leaders, for example, the local councils, the district leaders. Then the tangible and substantial benefits to human well-being, you have to be sure that they are going to be delivered by the NbS Foundation that is going to go solve the problem that has been identified. Then, after identifying, we need to design the nature-based solution so that it is informed by scale, depending on the complexity and the uncertainty coming from this biophysical and geographical perspective. You need to know how best or how big this NbS solution will be. You have a lot of problems with the political intervention, so you have to be sure of how you are going to go on with the NbS that you plan to do. So here are the indicators. It needs to recognize and respond to interlinkages between the economy, society, and the ecosystem. Then there has to be synergies across all sectors, the economic, political, and then it needs to also incorporate into risk analysis. What are the risks that are going to be addressed, that will be come across, and how are they going to be addressed during implementation? Then the third criteria, and the nature-based solution has to result in a net gain by diversity and ecosystem integrity. So here you need to avoid undermining the integrity of the ecosystem. So what indicators can we demonstrate for its successful implementation? So here you need to know the drivers of degradation and loss, avoid them or address them. Then the biodiversity conservation outcomes need to be identified, benchmarked, and assessed for to avoid undermining the integrity of the ecosystem. Then also any possible potential negative externalities that arise from the nature-based solutions need to be assessed. And if possible, a solution got during implementation. Then also opportunities to enhance this ecosystem integrity. They need to be incorporated into the nature-based solution. So then for the nature-based solution, you also need to consider its economic viability through direct and indirect benefits that can be attained and the costs that have to be taken into account, together with any identifying any other persons that need to be paid or the benefits that are going to be attained. So here there is need to do a study for cost effectiveness. How is it going to benefit? Are the benefits more than the costs, or it's the other way around? Then the solutions that are planned to use during the nature-based solutions also need to be estimated, putting into account that various resources, for example, from the private and public sector, as well as voluntary commitments, are considered. You can get some benefits from private sector, you cannot get some benefits from private sector. The opposite is true. Some public sector can implementing all encouraging a lot of in some nature-based solutions where others will. So here, yeah, it's still based on inclusiveness, transparent and empowering government processes, with a lot of regulatory provisions have to be taken into consideration to align with nature-based solution. So there needs to be some mechanisms to engage the stakeholders involved. So here the indicators, the feedback, there has to be feedback mechanism from all parties that are involved, that are available. Then there has to be participation that is based on mutual respect and equality, regardless of gender, age. We are not going to force someone to participate in this or to do this. They have to accept from their own will. And then the stakeholders that are affected need to be identified and encouraged so that they are not left behind. Decision-making process also needs to align to the rights of all participating stakeholders. You are not going to make decisions based on, the cohorts that you think you know it. All stakeholders need to be in the know. Then also the mechanisms, there is need to make decision-making for all stakeholders in the affected areas. Nature-based solution is going to be used to address some problems. Then also there has to be some balance between trade-offs between achievement of the primary goals and the continual benefits of the multiple or provision of the multiple benefits. Here there has to be a compromise on how this can be attained. So you have to measure the costs and benefits that are associated with this trade-off. If you are going to use a nature-based solution to solve some problems, there is another problem that might come up. So how big is that problem that might come up? It's like if you realize that it's less than going to be achieved, then this has to be assessed. However, you have to think about the rights and the access to the land and resources, the different stakeholders that can be in this whole process of attaining that particular nature-based solutions. Then also there needs to be mutual agreement between the trade-offs that have been agreed on, so that the limits are not go overboard because you have decided to have a compromise of something. Then also the nature-based solutions need to be managed and adapted based on evidence. So you need to ensure that they address the uncertainty and enhance ecosystem resilience. So there is need for robust team for monitoring and evaluation of the plan that has been involved. Then evaluation itself, the strategy needs to follow the basis of the original solution that was going to be worked on. Then there has to be iterative learning as applied to enable adaptive management. There has to be some learning, full-time learning, repetitive learning, so that people can get abreast to the nature-based solution that is being achieved. Then the 8th criteria, these nature-based solutions need to be sustainable and mainstream within an appropriate legislation context. So you aim at the long-term sustainability, aligning with the sectorial, national, and other policy frameworks. So you need to design, implement, and get the lessons learned, shared among the different stakeholders.
Then you need to, the NbS also needs to inform facilitation policy and regulation frameworks so that they might be implemented or they can help in improving on the policies that are going to come up after the nature-based solution has some informed decisions. Then the nature-based solution needs to contribute to the national targets for the human well-being, climate change, biodiversity, and human rights. This is from the first criteria, realize that most of those will be attained. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for taking us through how we can link NbS to plans and also policies. Because these people have already understood so much from what you presented, my hand was already up before we gave you an approval. So I'll request that we appreciate Dr. once again. Now you know the evaluation criteria. Do we now know it? How many do we have? Oh, okay. We've been very attentive, yeah. So, and now you know how we link NbS to the plans and the policies, how we link them to the Sustainable Development Goals. So, but Dr. highlighted the issue of being relevant to incentivize the people to participate in this nature or protect the nature kind of products for us to be resilient to the impacts of climate change. And I have a feeling that is where the payment for ecosystem services plays a very critical role so that we reward the people who maintain if it is a wetland. She also highlighted about the water management and there was a concern of what nature-based solutions do we need if we are to manage properly. If so, we have a flooding in the ways, which nature-based solution would you propose? So if we have, okay, I'm also posing a question. For flood management, which nature-based solution would you propose? Can I have an attempt?
I think tree planting comes very fast because of soil stabilization. Soil stabilization.
Okay. Yeah. You remember the first presentation one, we have to think about the context. Some solutions are context specific, area specific. So when you give your response, everybody's like, why is it? So can we plant trees in woods? We need to emphasize that solutions.
Well, I'm a constant visitor of Voice itself. And when you visit, you see a lot of erosion by the water runoff. So it's not basically at the people focus on the water stream, but it's where actually the soil comes from. So when you have soil stabilization in the areas, away from the stream itself, because we have a long buffer, the distance was actually increased away from the stream itself. So in order for us to achieve what we are looking for, we have trees and also we have vegetation as we recommended. So it's not just this one thing.
Thank you. Clap for Hamba, please. Any other?
Thank you for the presentation. It is a good evaluation framework. But the suicide of is just wondering who uses it. How is how can I make it operational beyond it just being there? Doctor?
I still go back to my initial recommendation that if the nature-based approach, nature-based solutions approach is to be successful, it must incorporate stakeholders which include the community, the civil society, and most of us here, I'm sure, from the civil society, but I do not see us here in the stakeholders. Then there is the private sector. The private sector today in Uganda are contributing to a great extent to the destruction of the ecosystems. So if they are not stakeholders, then I do not know who is going to implement that. Who will the government be working with? Is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay, that was responding to. So I'm made to think about the criteria that talked about inclusiveness. I don't know if that we could think of around that. The doctor will respond.
I just want to make comments. I don't want to ask questions. Yes, I think in your presentation, you when you're sharing about the SDGs, you emphasize a couple of SDGs. And SDG 11, I think, came somewhere. That's very critical when you say sustainable citizen communities or resilient communities. Because when you go into the targets, focus on those specific what we do at different levels to ensure that the sustainability of communities, because what we are facing right now, that is causing all these biodiversity loss and all that, is basically abandonment. We are creating so many settlements, we are having urban centers, cities, town councils, all that. The population is growing. So we are actually most likely to lose so much than what is actually proposed. And the redress action should be very specific, because if we are talking about, for example, mini forests for cities, we should be able to demonstrate that somewhere so that another city can actually be able to replicate that idea. Secondly, it's about at the national level when you're looking at government programs. I think our strategy here is basically the green growth strategy. It spells out many of those things. The national Uganda's green growth government strategy, for which it spells out we should go with the green markets, green jobs, which if you take it from the sector-led approach to a program-led approach, you're able to interlink different things. When you are able to have, for example, a mini forest somewhere, you can actually achieve tourism. So I think that interlink is one of the key things that we require to have this moving forward. Lastly, it's about when you talk about engagement. And here we wanted to look at different levels of leadership, or the district level, city levels, and all that. But nowadays, we are starting from physical development plan, since the whole of the country is a planning area. So, how do we help cities, municipalities, districts, town councils have green physical development plans? Because wherever they have physical plans. They talk about land use planning? No. They talk about, here we have this, we have that. So they don't focus on the protection of green buffers. So wetlands, forestry, where we have industrial zones, where we have green spaces and all that. It would be very important for us to have all that on the physical plan, so that the implementer at some point, or the investor, will know that this area is actually planned for this. Otherwise, we plan backward. It must be low, and it's that line. You can't break. Yes, thank you.
Remember, don't forget that we are training champions. So when you sit in such spaces, please advocate for it.
Especially bigger, sitting other people's contributions. But first and foremost, we talked about physical planning. It is where it starts from. It seems Makerere no longer or doesn't have such courses like physical planning.
Yeah, that's why
What do they do? Does it really teach people to practically do it? No. For example, we have an example. We were talking about why is the flooding in the lower areas on the eastern side. That is why it's Monsoba, all that area. Now, the problem is about enforcement of the laws. If the laws are not enforced, even if you scream and talk, us, you bring all the science, it will not happen. It's about the political will and enforcement. Also, it's about, especially the problems is about blockages, pollution, throwing that in the trenches that are supposed to be draining water. That is one of the major problems, and at the end of the day, when it overrains, the floods come. But it's not only in Kampala that floods occur. It occurs in several places. For example, we have Butaleja, the whole of Bukedi, let me say the lower lands, and even Peso, lower lands of Mount Elgon. You'll find that they are always flooded every season it rains, and people lose property, lives, and all that. And there's a lot that is really required as a nature-based solutions to help these people, even in the construction of their houses. Even what can be done so that people can adapt and mitigate and adapt to the solutions. I mean, to the problems challenges that occur in those areas, because they are seasonal. Just like we talk of Buddha, the whole of the range of Mount Elgon, Glambuli, Sonoko, every season, there are people dying. Sometimes now Glambuli is seen because of the scale, but in actual sense, Sonoko lost lots of people. 30 households were swept, but it has not because Glambuli overshadowed the whole thing. But there are so many places that people died, 2, 3, 4, 5 homes got lost. But how do we help these people up there? Somebody mentioned here at first that they plant trees. For example, even in these places, we teach them. I'm one of those people who is engaged in tree planting. But still, when landslides occur, they are strict. What can we do? Next solution. What can we do? How do we educate people? What can we give so that such things we can sort of prevent some or have some limited limits? That's my thinking and thinking time.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights. So I'll give it back to Dr. to respond. You have a question?
I wanted to say that each of the solution, and because of particular spaces, different ecosystems actually tell different things. It is in mountainous areas, some of the parts will be settlement areas. But because we are poverty stricken, many times we look for what's not there. I think the word from this make a decision to restructure those people elsewhere. So I think the problem is sometimes we overemphasize things and we forget that there's humanity, there's life, and all that. Focus a lot on the economic benefits rather than thinking.
Which goes back to our question. Okay, the framework is there. Who uses it rather than it being there? It depends. You
if you have a conscience as a person who loves nature, you try to follow the framework so that it works for everyone. Other than that, seems like we might need some enforcement, make sure that okay, you are trying to create these nature-based solutions, but how are you doing it? Are you doing it the right way? If not, then better leave it. But it comes back to you as a person who wants to, create this solution involving nature, as a nature lover, as a nature, conserver. So it comes back to your conscience. Whether okay, let me follow this, the right thing to do.
Yeah, no, maybe in the framework, it's just a suggestion that for the framework, I think it is important that at the initial stage, even before we lay down the criteria that is put up, it's important that we have a section for modeling and simulation for the ecosystems, so that you are able to know what you are dealing with. If we have the modeling and the simulation for ecosystems or the natural resources, then you are able to know the kind of interventions that we can be able to follow, and you're able to address. We do not firefight. What I'm trying to say is that what we usually do here is a landslide. We do that, we react. There is a degradation in a particular area, we react. But when we do the modeling and simulation, right from the word go, we will know that this needs to be restored, this needs to be upgraded, this needs to be left fallow, from the word go. And then you start doing the interventions, knowing, including the stakeholders, knowing very well that this is what needs to be done. So modeling and simulation should be right at the beginning of the framework. Thank you
so much. That was a supplement. So we shall not take any more comments and questions since we are, unless if we are not going to have lunch, unless if we are substituting lunch or question. A very good comment. Can you say it in a second?
Yes, the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Management Department, we created a new award for people who are researchers and scientists in this kind of solutions. So if there are those who are interested, they can actually, you can send their application for nomination or for inputting their information. So the ministry can recognize them. It'll be a good start.
Yeah, very.
I hope you take care of it. So let's go to the next session, which is what is. I will invite Dr. Christine to facilitate the session.
Is it closed?
Thank you so much. As earlier discussed, we have said we are going to do it as a group. So as you have your lunch, we are going to flash the questions on the screen. So as you pass by, according to how you're sitting on the tables, that is how you're going to answer the questions. Since we are a bit behind time, we thought it is better we do multiple choice, so that when you look at it, you can easily choose one. Yes, so that we save time. There are only 10 questions.
We are going to copy.
Only.
They will copy.
They're saying they will copy. Oh, that one. This one. Start on the second slide. The second slide. No. You take it back as presentation. Which is I close this all of those. Okay. Sure. Oh, it's got hold it. Then kula walikuwa ndio. So,
the proposal is that we have lunch, then we shall come back and do the quiz. Agree? Okay, yes, we can go for lunch. The coupons are being given out.
You finished, yeah? So move to the next page.
What
about the other opinion? Here. So should we go to parent 4? Okay.
Are they behaviors?
Pardon?
Are they behaviors?
No, we tried as they're sitting. Mm. Should we continue to the last page? Yes. Oh, okay. What's supposed to be here? Why do you say
You would have such inputs.
Voilà. La communication. Next one. I start from 5 to 10.
Kaze wali consult the brother instructions.
These are the instructions. And you see laptop here. That is. In the nigga punch work at it.
Recording in progress.
Ziko mawali.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. About the group's finish. Сегодня.
Okay, I believe we are now all ready. Welcome back for lunch. Hope you didn't get a dose for sleeping for that afternoon session. So for each group is going to give us an answer. So we have 5 groups. So each group will contribute 2 answers according to how they've answered. And see if we had similar question. Number 1, what was the choice you made? Let's start from the table here. What answer did you choose for number one? Correct. So if you didn't have B, you should think again. Number two. Next table. Good. Number three. This table here. Well, great students. Number four. Any other group with a different answer? Number four. Tap your hand. She said A. This is the correct answer. Do the same too. So it's still reading the question.
Yeah, 1 minute.
You're supposed to discuss with your groupmate. Okay, let's go to true and false. Number five. Anyone with a different answer? It's actually true. Number six. Here.
True.
Anyone with a different answer? Number seven. Good. Yes.
There is quotation on wealth. Because we don't have it. We didn't need things. I will not break the rule. Yeah, so the facilitator is already here. Let me hand him a mic. Is it that one? Is that the presentation?
Just send it. You just send it.
Yes, yes, that one.
Yes, after everyone, from the hardest session of the day. Session is yeah, attention. My name is David Mtegi, and I'm taking you through implementing database solutions in climate change and
What is the rationale? What is the rationale for nature-based solutions to climate change? Why are we pushing for nature-based solutions to climate change? Before I take you through that, there is someone who asked a certain question in the first session. But why is it that nature-based solutions are overshadowing all the other environmental challenges? Why is it? Yes, it was that. Why is it that climate change is overtaking all the other environmental challenges we have? Like that, I think Mr. President. And we think that the answer is obvious. We have so many challenges, yes.
Why bias?
No.
Yeah, start with that. Where we taking all nature business. Let's go to that. Provide solutions in the climate change arena. Provided this for the other.
So nature-based solutions actually provide multiple benefits. We provide multiple benefits. And if you solve climate change related issues, you directly concerning solving the issue. So they actually okay. When you look at the world, approximately 1 billion people globally, they are vulnerable, facing high risks to safety and welfare from the challenges related to climate change. So it is predicted that by 2050, that is about 27 years from now, the global population will be around 9 billion, which translates to rapid loss of biodiversity. You see, we are talking about climate change, but again, we have issues to do biodiversity. The countries that are falling behind on their biodiversity studies, they have an opportunity to invest in nature through the nature-based solutions to help reverse the damage that is by tapping into the habit of nature. So nature-based solutions are actually applicable because they are going to provide, they are going to reverse the challenges that are related to damaging nature. The solutions that really come from nature have that opportunity. I have another best definition of nature-based solutions. I will define them just by saying that they are simple solutions. Low cost. They are not obvious, but they are cheap. They are simple. Things that you can afford within your. They're not very complicated things that you can do, but they are able to provide a solution to the challenges in nature. We have a challenge that Africa's carbon emissions are caused by most of the pollution from other continents. I don't know if you are aware, but much as we also pollute in Africa with climate destructions, they are not coming from Africa, they are coming from other continents. So, but we very well know that even if someone is polluting from Asia, the damage that is done from Asia doesn't limit the impacts from reaching Africa. That's why we are concerned because if we look at China, for example, China is the world's largest producer. Has there been a conclusion that the biggest climate change impacts are felt only in China? That means the boundaries to these challenges are not limited to where they occur, where the damage is done, but elsewhere where the environment extends. Next slide. So climate change have already significantly affected revenue. Yes, we've seen this in Uganda. We're seeing situations where people are getting a lot of challenges related to climate in assessing. Bad cases in the recent ones in Uganda. So, enough one? The landscape, yes, we do that. So, such cases, there are evidence from damage of environment that has driven to climate change. The changing weather patterns are negatively affecting livelihoods and degrading the environment. All these are attributed to climate change. These changes have likely been a result of human activities that are contributing to the release of carbon emissions. Where humans build industries, for example, and political environments, they emit, the industries emit, and in the end, what is emitted? It's global warming, which causes changes in the climate. Mitigation and adaptation measures are therefore needed to reduce on the impact of climate change. That is why we're coming up with nature-based solutions. Why are we opting for nature-based solutions? Why don't we opt for other things? Why are we going for nature-based solutions? Maybe we should do other things. But why are we choosing nature-based solutions? We know why. We attended our morning session also. Therefore, we know why. Am I assuming, am I making a wrong assumption? Yes? Yes. Yes. We are going for nature-based solutions because we feel they have the capacity to provide multiple benefits. Yes. Nature-based solutions to provide around 30% of the cost-effective mitigation. Nature-based solutions can provide multiple benefits, like said. There is something I want to ask. I will still defining nature-based solutions. How is that?
Yes, we are back.
Instead, if you walk, challenges and the ones who put on shoes. I should have there not put on shoes today, but because I've not yet mentioned anything. So, that is good proposed. Using that NbS. What is very interesting? In the case of say, but the case of states, you remember what happened there?
The mate.
Okay, let me proceed with this as meanwhile, I will need an answer for that question. Okay.
Next slide. Is that the next one? They are sorting. They are sorting.
So by the end of this module, we expect that people will be knowing how the meaning of climate change, which I think people know. And then also differentiate between climate mitigation and adaptation. We expect that people will be able to identify the causes of the climate crisis, what causes climate change, and also explain how nature can provide solutions to addressing the climate crisis, enhancing resilience to disasters. We hope that at the end, people will also be able to identify a few actions that can be undertaken to promote nature-based solutions, targeting the youth leaders, practitioners, policymakers, environmental engineers, other engineers, also. I think it was in the second presentation, one of the learners mentioned that one of the biggest challenges to the environment is actually the private sector. Something that is highly valuable. Thank you. The simple IPCC definition of climate change is actually that it is a change that occurs, that persists for decades. Maybe I also need to we know that climate is actually usually we say 30 years. And from this definition, climate change, we can conclude that there has been climate change if we have reliable information that has been gathered over a long period of time, usually decades or even longer, arising from natural causes or human activity. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change defines climate change as a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, or and it is in addition. Yes, it is observed over a comparable time period. Like I say, if you have data or results based on 1 month or 2 years, you cannot conclude that the climate has changed unless you have persistent, you've made long-term conclusions based on long-term data. It is a long-term shift in weather conditions. When you go to weather stations, you collect data every day, every month, every year. And after time, they do analysis of the weather data. So if this weather data is accumulated over a long period of time, you come to a conclusion that we are now
making conclusions about the climate. So it is a long-term conclusion about weather conditions. What are the common causes of climate change and its repercussions? I think I will want this to Alana. In your view, what do you think causes climate change? What drives climate change? Do we know? We talked about the concept for a very long period of time. That's more like I don't know how long we talk about climate change. But based on the available information from these issues date way back in the 80s when they started discussing global issues. That later on, I think in 1994, we translated into the United Nations Framework Convention on climate change that we are talking about even up to now. Maybe the question will be answered at the end of the presentation. Climatic mitigation and mitigation. One will be adaptation. Because if you are tackling climate change impacts or challenges, there are two ways you can go about them. You can either prepare, that is mitigation, or adapt. If it has already happened, like it's happening in the eastern region, how do we adapt? But if we know it will happen in the next 20 years in Kampala, then how do we mitigate it? Yes? Climate mitigation is concerned with the reduction in adverse effects that may result from climatic change, while adaptation refers to adjustments in ecological, social, and economic systems. So if the climate change problem has occurred, how do you then adapt so that the damage it is causing to you is minimized or even avoided? Adaptation may be through undertaking activities that reduce on the damage. The IPCC 2014 defined climate change adaptation as a process resulting to adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effects in human systems. Those of us who did the biology in the high school, one of the commonest questions would arise from explaining how human systems or other living systems adapt to situations. It's the same course here. So if a system builds resilience to the challenges, we can ably conclude that it is adapting to the situation. Categories of NbS applicable towards mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Some of the actions can be
intended to protecting the natural ecosystems, to protect the system, so that if a problem comes, if a climate change problem happens, the system is able to absorb shock or avoid being damaged due to climate change events. There are actions that restore ecosystems that have been degraded. When a system is degraded, it loses its ability to function. So some of the nature-based solutions you're going to do will be aimed at restoring ecosystems that have been damaged, so that when the climate change impacts happen, the system is able to respond positively. The other categories are the actions that sustainably manage working lands. The actions to sustainably manage working lands. I wanted to give another example. Those of us who are farmers, those who do farming, some small farming. If you have a challenge of pests, that some pests have actually more of a problem with climate change. Yes? So if you have a challenge of pests or even diseases, and we introduce a natural solution to the pests, I think you will be in a good position to cope with that. The natural remedy you providing is falling under category 3. Yes. Okay. NbS that help mitigate against climate change impacts, categorized in. Now, what I'm going through are the other categories of. Remember, in the first case, we were looking at. What? What were we looking at? We were looking at applicable. Okay. Yes, let's move forward. So, there are those that ensure protection of the various ecosystems purposely to prevent degradation. The target is to prevent degradation when climate change occurs. If you build a weak system, and climate change occurs, firstly, you will not be able to prevent degradation of the system if the event occurs. That is why, and these systems are not only living systems, even the political systems, even the financial institutions, you can put them under here. Because if we have weak policy institutions, for example, and we experience climate change impacts, shall we be able to prevent degradation when those events occur? We shall not, because the institutions we shall be having will not be able to help us in preventing the danger, the damage that is coming from Such NbSs include reducing on carbon emissions below the Paris Agreement. What was the commitment in the Paris Agreement? What did the countries agree upon? They wanted to maintain the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. So that commitment falls under this. The other one is the nature-based solutions that manage the ecosystem, such as natural forest management. They include afforestation, engaging in conservation agriculture, natural forest, there's managing wood fuel harvesting. One of the challenges we have in Uganda currently is the over-dependence on natural forests for energy. We've not yet fully drill into other alternatives, which would actually serve as better NbS. We have wind energy, we have solar, we have hydro, but you find that the largest population is actually still dependent on fuel wood for energy. There are solutions that restore the ecosystem that may take longer to show interventions against climate change impacts. That is true. Some solutions may not work so quickly. They can take some time to show results, for you to see impacts. So if you're choosing the nature-based solutions to apply, also think about the other component, the other issue which was raised, that the context is a big factor when we're choosing which nature-based solutions to apply. Yes. Ecosystem restoration. When I was doing my master's, my research was based in restored forest ecosystems. I looked at three forest reserves in Gomba. One was degraded. Another one had been degraded and later on restored. And the other one was, I assumed the third one was intact. Or relatively intact. When I put the word relatively, it means that even the one which was intact might have experienced some damage. Because when you look at our forests in Uganda, I've not been to which they say is impenetrable. But something who has been there to tell us, is it true it is still impenetrable? It is impenetrable. So I made an assumption that one of the forest reserves where my research was conducted was actually relatively intact. When I looked at the three, I was looking at biodiversity in those forests. I wanted to see that if these forests have been, if one has been damaged, the assumption is that the one which is damaged has less diversity. I was looking at frogs and birds. I assumed that the one which is degraded has less diversity. the same assumption was held to the restored forest. Because if you claim that you're restoring, it means the frogs and toads are actually coming back. So if you find that the diversity in the restored, the diversity in the intact or relatively intact, and the diversity in the degraded is actually similar, what would be the conclusion? Would you conclude that you've degraded? Would you conclude that you've restored? Or would you conclude that there are no differences? I'm not going to tell you how I concluded, but looking at this, the systems, the ecosystems can be marine, they can be wetland, they can be freshwater ecosystems, these ecosystem restoration approaches can be community-led protection and restoration that focuses on adjusting farming practices like improved land management. If you've been managing your garden, for example, using with people who do spraying, there's a lot of spraying nowadays. If you advance and say no, maybe let me go for mechanical weeding rather than chemical weeding. The way you design your mechanical weeding can help in to solve a solution to the challenges. So they can be community-led protection or restoration practices applicable in agriculture, farming, such as improved land management to increase sustainability that enhances produce without damaging or causing less damage to nature. Forest conservation and reforestation. We all know how to control forests. Minimize the cutting down of trees. Don't cut trees with burning charcoal. Do not do conventional harvesting without technical methods that would otherwise lead to negligent harvesting. And then we can also have wetland restoration and conservation. There are quite a number of programs in the country, for example, that are doing wetland restoration and conservation, especially to the wetlands of international importance. Yes. Kitchen West. Like this issue. Of recent, I have a colleague who was studying the colleague went out in certain landfill and they examined the categories of waste that are being received at that landfill. To our surprise, most of this waste is actually organic. It is from the gardens. Why don't we make plans to take back this waste to the gardens rather than piling it in one area in Kitezi or somewhere else in Kumba or why are we taking it to, don't we have guidance? Where do we get that from? Let's provide the nature-based solutions rather than creating more challenges. I would say regarding hours. Why don't you also suggest hours for relating to waste management so that the problem can be solved? There's also using renewable energy resources, which is derived from natural sources like sunlight and wind, and reducing the use of fuel fossils. Yes, if we have solar, we have a lot of solar energy untapped, but all we can manage is to go and harvest the certain forest somewhere to burn charcoal. You be in the sun is hitting you as you cut the trees to burn charcoal. And you're actually releasing a lot of energy as you burn the charcoal, as you cut down the trees. The sun is hitting you, not knowing that the sun itself is a source of energy that you can tap into. Building resilient flood defenses, such as planting trees, creating and opening up water channels. We know that we are behind planting trees. If we planting trees, and so someone contesting that climate change challenges. I don't want to quote in terms of that. Is it true that planting trees will solve the climate change dilemma? Now, those are the arguments. Is there a difference between planting and growing? I don't think. So, the other thing is establishing an ongoing system for different weather events, such as earthquakes, drought, increase in temperature. If you have sufficient early warning systems, they would guide in obtaining information that you will use to communicate to people and tell them that you know what, in the next 5 years, prepare, there will be an earthquake. But we have such capacity here.
We have some.
We have some. So,
Animals.
okay.
But
yes. Session 2. We're going to reduce disaster risk and strengthen ecosystem management. What is disaster? And what is risk? What is a risk? Because in this context, we actually combine the entity and not to bring out the concept. But what is a disaster? Do you know what a disaster is? Is it a big question? Yes, but the outcome of that is what we take as the risk. So we are worried of the risk, But how should we handle that? Can we handle the risk? Do we have enough resources to handle the risk? Or we better handle them? We better prepare for the disaster. As a way of managing the risk. The risk is an outcome also. How do we saying that let's do ecosystem-based adaptation? Let's do ecosystem-based adaptation because ecosystem-based adaptation and the disaster risk management. It is an efficient and cost-effective way. In most cases, if you're not prepared and something happens that you didn't prepare for, the cost of managing the challenges may be way higher. But if you're prepared, you will have sufficient resources to handle, and you will reduce costs because you're prepared, you know how to handle whatever will happen. And again, it will be flexible. In the end, you'll be reducing disaster risks and the impacts that led to climate change in this context. Ecosystem services characterize disaster recovery and enhance community resilience through benefits arising from the well-managed nature-based implementations, as shown in the figure 2.2. We're going to see figure 2.2. Ecosystem services are defined in the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment as the benefits people obtain from ecosystems. Earlier on in the first station, we had a question about ecosystem services that people did give response maybe by the end of the answer to this figure 2.2, people will be able to hear what ecosystem services are. I think actually defining these terms, in my view, is it true that I define them well? I define disaster, I define disaster risk. Maybe I didn't mention about disaster risk management, but it is a systematic process of using administrative directives, organizations, and operational skills. So it is a form of handling risks associated with the disasters by using the available resources to be able to cope up with the challenges. Next slide. The ecosystem services, goods and services actually, because some can be goods, they're tangible, and others are not tangible, so they come out to be services. They are categorized into four. Some of them are supporting. What is to support? If someone says they are giving you support, or if you go somewhere seeking for support, what does it mean? Yes? Someone has told me. So the ecosystem gives us support through nutrient recycling. So what does it support? If it supports nutrient cycling, it ends up supporting the production. These ecosystem services are interlinked. There's also soil formation. All those ones fall under the supporting services. The supporting services, they are not goods. Yes? Where are they services? Are not goods. Maybe I should talk about the goods and we'll be able to differentiate the two. The provisioning can be both services or goods. For example, food. If you go to the forest and find, for example, what can we get from the forest as food? Fruits. Those ones turn out to be goods. Aleo. So Aleo is actually ecosystem. Regulating services include climate regulation, flood regulation, and water purification, among others. So the ecosystem does water purification. It is providing a service. The water you obtaining from the forest or from the well that is in the forest, the water becomes a good. Yes? Well, the process is a service. So the services are time, so the goods are tangible. Well, the services are. There are also other services, the cultural, education, recreation. If you take a nature walk in a forest, that means you are harnessing cultural services from the ecosystem. Yes. Maybe on the previous slide, how do the 4 categories influence your well-being? Is it obvious that when you get food from the forest, your well-being will be improved? My view, yes, because the more goods and services you obtain from the forest or from any other ecosystem, be contributing to, it is influencing your well-being. Through the health, good social relations, for example, from the social or cultural services, and then the health. The best material for good life. We all want good life. And people live in good life. Basically through ecosystem. So if you don't manage the ecosystems well, you're going to lose good life. Because that good life you enjoy is provided from the ecosystem goods and services. Yes, thank you. Next. Ecosystem disaster risk reduction entails confining resources comparing natural resources management approaches. this can be sustainable management of the sustainable management of ecosystems in relation to disaster risk management can use different methods such as the use of early warning systems and emergency planning in order to have more effective disaster prevention or reducing the likelihood or the impacts related to the disasters. Across the world, disaster risk is increasing due to poor managed, poor planned socio-economic development in the different settings. I said at the beginning that if you do not provide, if you do not set systems very well right from the beginning, you might not be able to cope with the challenges that come from climate change disaster. So the disasters also have an impact on ecosystems, causing environmental damages and losses that turn out to increase the risks. So the more damage that happens, the more chances the risks are going to be high. Managed ecosystems provide important services that can address a range of risks. Like we said, if the systems are well prepared, if the systems are well organized, they will be resilient. And in case of any disasters, in this case, in this context, we are looking at climate change. The systems will be able to cope up quickly because they have the capacity to bounce back or even respond to the disasters accordingly. They can reduce some hazards, acting as natural infrastructure that reduce physical exposure to the challenges. So if the system is firm, that means it will be able to fight back. It will be able to respond accordingly when an event occurs. Ecosystem disaster risk. Ecosystem disaster risk management analysis ecosystems to prevent, mitigate, or buffer natural hazards. I think I've already talked about this, that this approach follows this criteria of prevent, you mitigate, or buffer. By buffering, it means you put in caution on the system so that if a bad event occurs, the system is not affected because it is cushioned. Ecosystems play a potential important role in sustainably reducing the risk of disaster events worldwide. That is why when landslides started happening, like in the Buddha, people quickly saying one of the things that should be done is actually to plant trees because they know that trees can contribute to stabilizing the soils to minimize the damage that would result from landslides. The similarities and differences between climate change adaptation and disaster risk resilience. Generally, climate change adaptation focuses on hydrometeorological hazards. Meteorology. We have meteorologists in advance. They base on hydrometeorological data. Data to do with rainfall and temperature, for example, to make conclusions about what will happen or what has happened. Because it is either way. So, climate change adaptation can be based on hydrometeorological hazards. On the other side, the DRR encompasses different types of hazards. So disaster risk resilience can look at different types of hazards, including climate change. Yes. Climate change on the other side takes a longer term approach. We say if you want to conclude about climate change, you should be talking about decades, not months, not years. So it's a long term approach. Disaster focuses on preventing hazards in the short to medium time frame. If the disaster is to come, it will not wait for you to say we must obtain data for a period of 10 years and conclude that we now handle the disaster. It can even happen in the next 5 days. And so disaster risk looks at a short term to medium term, medium time frame. The CCA also covers prevention and mitigation, and sometimes also preparedness, where it has less to offer for emergencies. Disaster response, recovery, and reconstruction. Disaster risk, on the other side, encompasses a wider range of risk management from early warning to response and reconstruction, rehabilitation, among others. Because for it, you have to have a quick response. You have to get a quick response to the challenge. Ignore the other two ways. Let's go to the next slide. Ecosystem-based approaches can reduce the impact of 3 components of disaster risk. That is the exposure. What is exposure? If it happens and it's likely to reach you, that means you expose it. Not so. Then, if it reaches you, and you don't have resources to protect yourself, to guard yourself, that means you have. Yes. And in the end, if you are vulnerable, we shall conclude, if it happens and you are vulnerable, we shall conclude that's by saying that it is yes, because for the 3, you don't have anything to handle. So we shall conclude that the event has been hazardous because you were exposed, and because you were not having resources, you became vulnerable. And in the end, because of the risks that will happen from your exposure and vulnerability, it will turn out to be being less. Therefore, we shall conclude that it was hazardous. Healthy ecosystems reduce exposure in certain places. For example, along coastlines where green belts act as natural buffers. I haven't been at the coast, but from what I found, take from an example of a lake. You can, there are times when the water can move from the other side and comes at the coast, how do I call it? Is that a border or that buffer between the ocean and the ocean and the what? Yes. Examples of coastal hazards, hazard mitigation functions of different ecosystems. In mountain forest resources or vegetation on hillsides, we can do vegetation cover and root structures that protect against erosion, but we can also do primary forests. We can plant or conserve primary forests that reduce the risks of floods by increasing the infiltration of the rainfall and then flood water flows. When it comes to wetland and floodplains, we can do peatlands or wetland grasslands. We can restore such things or plant such vegetation to store water and release its role, because wetlands are not for reducing the rate at which water flows from the terrestrial ecosystems into the wetlands or lakes. Then we can also have in the drylands, we can maintain vegetation cover in drylands, but also do agricultural practices that protect the dryland ecosystems to minimize their damage.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. The reference for syndicate that you need an energizer. So our request, we have a volunteer to give us an energizer before we proceed to the next session. Can we have somebody?
And of the excitement you've been appointed. Richard is giving us an energizer.
All right, you can't energize by sitting down. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Give yourself some room. Let's stand up. Also, Pastor Academy. So give yourself some room where you can. Stretch your arms. Okay. Yes. And stay. Then you can change and stay. Okay. Yeah. And stay. Then that. So we're going to do one that helps us our lives breathe better. Okay, just holding your breath and release. Is that okay? So this one, just stretch out and have your legs across the little, then you go up. You just go up. Hold. Release. Go. Release. One more. And release. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, teacher. We can now proceed.
Okay, welcome back from that exercise. It's one of actually a nature-based solution. Yes. Is it not nature-based? Yes. We are looking at increasing resilience to disasters and climate change through NbS. How do we do so? Many ecosystems retain a low up phosphorus carbon. The way those ecosystems are managed affects the amount of carbon dioxide released into the atmosphere. One way of doing so is mitigating such challenges. And one mechanism that has been developed is the RED+, which is the reduction of emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, plus other. That plus side you see combines a lot of other things that can be done, which may not be in these two, reducing deforestation and forest degradation, but contributes to the challenge, to solving the challenge of contributes to solving the challenge of greenhouse gas emissions reduction. International frameworks aligned. There are several international frameworks aligned to the NbS, and these are nature-based thinking also that inform national adaptation plans and the NBCs. These have been discussed. The NBCs were discussed in, I think, the second presenter, and they include the convention. We have the Convention on Biological Diversity, which contains several such decisions as well as a set of guidelines for the implementation of relevant measures. The United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in the 1994, when they were launching the UNFCCC, that UNFCCC did come along. It came along with other sister conventions, including the Convention to Combat Desertification and the Convention on Biological Diversity, because it was realized that the other challenges that nature is facing is actually the erosion of biodiversity by human interventions through human destructions. There is the African Union of 2063 agenda that confirms Africa bears the brunt of the impact of climate change. because we don't have very good systems that can help us mitigate or tackle the issues relating to climate change. A stressed hydrological cycle as a result of climate change has led to an increase in the frequency of natural hazards, such as floods that you've heard about several cases. Like in Uganda, there is one that occurred in Kasese, and the recent one that occurred in the Eastern region. For example, the recent flood in Kasese, okay, the main. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. At the landslides include a hazard or a disaster. From what we've been talking, from what we've been sharing, are they a hazard or a disaster? A hazard event like a landslide only becomes a disaster when it strikes a village, and many people who are living there, their coping capacities or their houses and livestock are affected. Yes, so we can conclude that it is yes if point number one is actually to build in woodlands subject to drought can expose a community to a greater risk of fires. That hazard disaster then works in both the micro and macro levels, and often at many levels of why? Because if you do it so, first of all, you're minimizing the resilience, the stability of the ecosystem. And if that event occurs, the community will be exposed because it is in a weak system. For example, in the Caribbean, which were both hit by Hurricane Jane in 2012, the hurricane struck the Dominican Republic and then moved on to Haiti. One side was more affected, while the other was less affected. It's the same events also. So one side it was regarded as a disaster, while the other side yes, interventions undertaken to ensure climate change mitigation. In fisheries, there is integrated fisheries resource management, while in wetland management is protection, conservation, and restoration. Other sectors like health would require strengthening adaptive mechanisms, while in other situations it can be promoting sustainable energy access and utilization as means of sustainable development. Yes. Others can be in agriculture and livestock, but then we also have wildlife and tourism sector, whereby the diverse conservation and enabling habitat protection zones will drastically impact positively on any risk. Encouragement of planned human settlement and social infrastructure can facilitate the combating of the challenge. Thank you.
Need some more clarification between a disaster and a risk. And a disaster and a hazard, yes. Yes.
That's that. That's that. It's an event that is happening. The magnitude of that disaster.
The magnitude of that disaster is what actually makes it to be either hazardous or are you getting the difference? So the event that is happening is the disaster. The hazard is the impact. Yes.
That's the hazard also to be an event. The disaster is but the hazard can be the exposure to it. That's sometimes it's not the hazard there, but when it's not impact, it's a possibility, it is a threat that you direct one towards disasters. But also that's my
We want to say no. Okay. Any other issues? Or supplements? Someone is saying that it may not be an event, but still it can be a disaster. That you have.
the disaster is the hazard, threat.
The hazard can be a threat. I think so. I think so.
I'm thinking a hazard could be the aftermath of a disaster.
Yes.
Aftermath of a disaster. Yes.
Pharmaceutical language.
The pharmaceutical language. You see, like in a pharmaceutical company, because I happen to work there, we have what's called the hazardous chemicals and waste. But you find that they're a threat, but when they have not yet, or the event has not yet occurred, but you find that it's a threat. So now, how can you now call it that maybe it's an event? It cannot be. That's why I support our submission that an hazard is what? Is a threat. Then now the disaster is the event that has already occurred. So that's how I can relate it to one.
Yeah, some question.
Usually those terms which confuse us, or where we have different opinions, we go to not we go to depending on the context we are discussing. So in our case here, we go to the United Nations Office for Disasters Reduction, meaning many people search and agree that this is going to be yeah, so they define a hazard as a process, a phenomenon, or any human activity that may cause loss of life, injury, or other impacts, property damage, social and economic disruption, or environmental degradation. I'm sure that everyone there is covered when it comes to defining the hazard. So that seems to be a consensus as far as the union here is concerned. Now, brothers, since we are discussing in relation to disasters related to that are connected to us, disaster risk reduction, we take the definition of the UN. Yes. Thank you, Doctor. Any other issues? if I tell you about my research findings, when I did what I found out when I did my MS research. Yes. The recency issue and disaster.
It was.
It was. What NbS would you propose? Is it beyond scope? Is that for which? I told you that the student, one of the students found out that the waste that is being generated is actually organic from gardens. And we find that NbS relating to managing the organic waste. Because if over 6, 7,
largely, but already we have limits. So we need to find out how to manage the rest of the country.
No, I was saying that, when you look at things in regulation, but from the actual concept of how it is already organized, disorganized, misapplied. You want to manage only the organic, but it's already a mix of different solid waste. Yes. So how do we deal with the rest? Because even when you find it there, you'll have to find how to separate it. Yes. So is it at source or is it there? At what point do we bring in the nature-based solution?
And who manages it? That's really an issue. The child manages it at what level as human beings, as local people or people living around that place. What level of management can they manage? To manage that kind of waste.
Yes.
Because that is government work. It's not me, an individual living around it, easy, but it is government. It is huge and the magnitude of it. Then only manages. And government has all the resources to do that. And they would have seen that disaster earlier. Before it comes, they would have seen it. That at one time, the heap is too huge. It can cause such and such. And we have scientists like you who could have advised and said, please, the faster you do it, the better. Before things go wrong.
Okay, I want it to be an open discussion because, of course, no one has a complete answer. But I thought it would ignite our thoughts so that people can think about it.
This thing, we know that the parents of the difference of what has to be happening. There are many waste management areas. Because remember that beyond Kampala, there are many other cities that are facing the same challenge. It is, like you say, it's all this was coming from domestic market. So potentially, something similar might happen next year. Because we grapple with West all its owners. So what you're saying is basically beyond just a recommendation, family solution. I need to be all that which are best for
At the end, I mentioned the point that we can still generate nature-based solutions to the waste management in the cities, Kampala and upcoming cities. The answer that I wanted to hear. nature-based solutions are actually manipulated. Not so. They solve several problems. Yes, a magic bullet is something that is able to solve multiple challenges. One solution providing one solution providing an answer to several challenges. Thank you.
It looks like it's come to the end of our training session.
Yes, we'll only have one agenda item remaining, and that is just for us to do our way forward. Reminding you that we are here for 3 days, so tomorrow we are also expected to be here. Then we started late. If tomorrow we try to keep time, we might even end the session early than we've done today. I want to thank our facilitators for taking us through what nature-based solution is. I guess whoever came without having an idea of what nature-based solutions are, how to apply nature-based solutions, how to link them to plans, policies, our daily interventions. I think you've now picked something. You can every explain it to any person in the best way for them to understand it. Is that assumption correct? That's very encouraging. I know you've all noted your takeaways. Maybe if we do just a round and we hear from you, what are your takeaways from today? What we need to do tomorrow or for the remaining 2 days? Then that will be so good for us to hear from you to help us improve this even better tomorrow. So I want to have us to have random responses from each one of us, and you let us know what your takeaways are from today's session. Okay, Miriam.
Okay, my takeaway today is that an activity is a nature-based solution when one is trying to solve a societal challenge. Yes.
Yeah.
But someone is asked.
I think my takeaway is just the multiple benefits make this special nature-based solution.
My take is that from what I listened to, nature-based solutions is a responsibility for all of us. We can't apportion it to one group, government or NGOs or donors or what, but every person in individual capacity can contribute to a nature-based solution in a small way or in a big way.
For me, it was good to see the linkage that the facilitator did for nature-based solutions and achieving SDGs. And the NbS.
important take home today is that at the heart of nature-based solutions is the fact that we should be working with nature, not against it. So we work with nature, we work for nature, we work with it.
My take home solution is that one, that everyone is a problem, the contribution to NbS, and everyone is a solution with knowledge empowerment when everyone is empowered. So as the NbS team, we need to do more on making a lot of noise about NbS, especially starting from the grassroots, as Mama is saying, that we need more sensitization, we need more really information, because sometimes what people are doing, they don't know that it will be a disaster or an hazard, or they can also give solution without waiting for the government to react. Thank you.
Okay, exactly. Everybody is a problem, but also a solution. So, and we are glad today we are training champions who can represent us in the relevant spaces to advocate for integration of nature-based solutions.
Next slide.
Thank you. I've learned many things, but there's something that I learned from the last slide about the woodlots. The Buddha has a lot of woodlots which are within the community. And I think there's need to adapt local species that are not prone to fires, or else we may have another hazard there, another disaster there of fires. So that's something that I mentioned on the last slide, that the woodlots actually, in the Buddha are actually a hazard that can actually turn into a disaster. For instance, as I did a research there, we need to pull out on that.
The issue that we need to be cautious of which nature-based solutions to do well.
I think my take home from day one is that not all activities you undertake under the theme nature-based solution are not actually nature-based solutions. When I plant trees, for the sake of planting, I've not done nature-based solution. But when I plant trees to mitigate societal challenge, for example, erosion, then that tree planting is targeted to erosion, therefore it is a nature-based solution.
Today is the difference between disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Well, we've seen that disaster risk reduction is short-term compared to climate change adaptation that is long-term. So if we are to realize the impact of the practices done, then we're going to start now. Climate change adaptation, for instance, they told us if we are to see a wetland get back to where it was originally, it might take longer, let's say 10 years. So we must start now to see it at a later time.
Thank you so much. My takeaway home today is that we should make sensitization beginning from a grassroots to go to the community. Actually, it reminded me some time back when I was still young. I remember there was a celebration, they were celebrating World Environment Day. So a group of people came and sensitized the community. They planted trees. They were trying to control soil erosion. So that on the environmental day, what one of my neighbors did, was still young, but was so amazing. And she had goats. She was taking them outside. So what she did, she had to take the plastic cups. So she had to put on the mouth. And she had the other thing because she was sensitizing that these goats should not eat these. Yes, the trees they have planted to control soil erosion. So from the grassroots, when they were talking about it, I remember when I was still young, and it was so amazing. Everyone asked the woman, "What are you harassing those goats?" She was like, "No, they taught us the importance of these trees. So we should protect them. No one should spoil them. So to protect the goats from eating, I have to tie the goats up to where I'm taking them." So I think sensitization needs to begin from the local community to understand it well, then to come out very well and the environment will be better. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. That is nature-based solutions. I wonder how the goats were able to feed. I'm reminded that some people didn't introduce themselves. I don't know who did introduce, but whoever did introduce, huh?
My name is Patrick here.
Good evening. My name is Okelo Linda. I'm part of the NbS.
Good evening. My name is Selma Faith Kamari, and I work under NbS.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Asimu, working with LADA, a CSO in Lokunjiri.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Daphne, a lawyer and an environmental activist. Those are the ones that I did introduce. We are wrapping up. So just to do administrative announcements. So for the people that came from up country, you'll be facilitated accommodation. Okay, that is in form of career. Then the people that came from the central, you will also be facilitated, and all this facilitation will be through mobile money. So make sure you give us the right mobile money number with the names in which that number is. If it is not in your names, please indicate the names in which that number is. I want to thank you again, once again, on behalf of Emily. So I want to thank you so much for coming for today's training, and I urge you to keep time tomorrow so that you can start early. Thank you to our facilitators for the job well done. We look forward to engaging you for the last 2 days. Thank you so much, and Jenny Mercy. Oh, there is tea. There is tea. The bites are coming.
I'm the